to a Peachtree City
I compared what
where there's not a southern
and I
dialect.
Good evening and welcome to the Spalding County Board of Commissioners regular meeting. It is Monday. Let's try that again. Can you all hear me now? Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Spalding County Board of Commissioners regular meeting. It is Monday, November 6th, 2023 at approximately 6 p.m. I'd like to request everybody please silence your cell phones and all other electronic devices. For those of you that are here the first time, let me make sure you understand a couple of things. One, from me and to my left, is the elected officials, the 5 commissioners. Then we've got the Director for Community Development and the zoning attorney. On my right is Dr. Ledbetter, the county manager, and then the county attorney, then the county clerk. So you understand who's all up here to be able to do this. This is an unusual meeting. This has got, we're combining 2 meetings into one. The zoning meeting is too close to Thanksgiving to be able to have it and have a quorum, which we have to be able to do it. So we've got zoning going along with our regular meeting. So everybody understands what's happening. All right, at this time I'd like to ask Commissioner James Dutton, District 2, to deliver the invocation, and then Commissioner Ryan Bolden from District 4 to lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Please join me by standing if you can. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Father, we come before you tonight, humbled as thy servants and children here on the earth. Father, we are so thankful that we are able to live in this wonderful country, this great state, and this amazing community. Father, we acknowledge thy hand in all things. We acknowledge the blessings that we've been given, both here and abroad. Father, please be with us tonight, that thy Spirit can be here, that it can guide our work, that a spirit of harmony and unity can be here, that we can accomplish the will of the people here in Spalding County. Father, be with all those that are in harm's way tonight, our law enforcement, our firefighters, our first responders, emergency medical personnel. Father, be with them and comfort them, strengthen them, guide them home so that they can return safe with their families tonight. Father, across the world there is anger, hate, derision, war, plagues, famine. Father, be with those that are in harm's way. Be with those that are in the midst of war. Be with those that are the victims of these hateful acts. Soften the hearts of those that have that hatred in them. Father, please help us here and help our families to understand the blessings that we have in this community. Father, we thank you for all the many blessings that we have, and we do so humbly in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
If you would, please join me in the pledge for our flag.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call for a motion to amend the agenda.
Yes, Chairman Davis, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an item under number 6, under new business, to discuss the cancellation of the November 20th, 2023 extraordinary session for the Thanksgiving holiday and the December 18th, 2023 extraordinary session for the Christmas holiday. These two dates are traditionally canceled due to holiday travel by the Board of Commissioners and staff.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by raising your hand. 5-0, unanimously carried. Thank you. You should know that everything we have in front of us is up on the screen. So if you haven't seen the screen before, be looking at it. It's what we look at when we're doing it to show as much transparency as absolutely possible. Public hearing. Conduct a public hearing on the notice of possible millage rate increase for FY 2023. Do I have a motion to go into?
Motion to go into public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion, a second, any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0 unanimously carried. Citizen comments. Speakers must sign up prior to the meeting and provide their names, addresses, and the topics they wish to discuss. Speakers must direct your remarks to the board and not to individual commissioners or to the audience. Personal disagreements with the individual commissioners or county employees are not a matter of public concern, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. The chairman has the right to limit your comment in the interest of disposing of the county's business in an efficient and respectful manner. Speakers will be allocated 3 minutes to speak on their chosen topics as they relate to matters pertaining to the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners. No questions will be asked by any of the commissioners during citizen comments. Outbursts from the audience will not be tolerated. Common courtesy and civility are expected at all times during the meeting. No speaker will be permitted to speak more than 3 minutes or more than once unless the board votes to suspend this rule. Dr. Ledbetter.
Yes, sir. First up is Michelle Drugaz. If you would please come forward, state your name and your address for the record, please.
Michelle Dragaz, 312 Whispering Pines Way, Griffin, Georgia, Sun City Peachtree. Commissioners, on October 2nd, Commissioner Dutton made a motion to set Spalding County property tax millage rate at 15.588, which was seconded by Commissioner Bolden and approved in a 3-2 vote. Now, we the citizens of Spalding County have had to come back for a 4th public hearing on this matter because Spalding County did not properly advertise the 3rd public hearing with the potential for a tax increase. What happens to the approved reduced millage rate of 15.588? The county manager has requested an 18.826 property tax millage rate, but that was before the discovery of $1.5 million in purchase orders, which were never completed or paid for, so that money goes back into the funds, as well as $5 million in contingency funds, which were not used. Why was $7 million used from the general fund to balance the 2023 budget? Because of these discrepancies, an independent audit of the Spalding County finances needs to be completed as soon as possible and the results publicly announced. Since 2020, the Spalding County budget has increased from $92 million to $121 million. That is a $29 million increase in just 4 years. According to the county manager, the aquatic center was paid for with SPLOST funds. So please explain where the $13 million in ARPA funds went, which $7 million of which had been budgeted to be used to pay for the over-budget cost of the aquatic center. According to the county manager at the May 9th, 2023 Public Affairs meeting in Sun City Peachtree, the $13 million in ARPA funds was to be added back into the general fund. If those funds are no longer set aside for the aquatic center, then where is the money? What about the funds from GEMA and FEMA, which are being reimbursed to the county for the January tornadoes? Are these funds being added back into the finances of the county? What about the new businesses coming into the county and the new housing developments? Are the impact fees from these properties being added into the finances of the county? Henry County impact fees were $5,300 in 2022, when at the Board of Commissioners meeting on August 15, 2022, this board was discussing raising the Spalding County impact fees to match Henry County. At that time, the state of Georgia was allowing up to $7,300 in impact fees to be charged to new developments. Look at the amount of money the county is losing from low impact fees. This is money that could ease some of the burden from the Spalding County taxpayers as economic development is growing in Spalding County. There are over 12,000 seniors, 65 and older, living in Spalding County on fixed incomes. Seniors cannot afford their taxes to continue being raised 10 to 25% every year. I oppose the proposed property tax millage rate increase of 18.826. The citizens of Spalding County have seen their taxes increase every year, with the last tax increase from the increased valuation of our properties and 11% to 25% in additional taxes for property owners to pay. Commissioners, you represent your constituents in this county. We need you to be prudent in your spending.
Thank you.
Michael Middlebrooks.
Michael Middlebrooks, 1108 Maple Drive. I'll reiterate and back up everything that Michelle just said. Also, my curiosity is, I know that the county said that they misadvertised the 3rd hearing. Neither here nor there. My curiosity is tonight a formality to follow up to make sure that the advertisement was done correctly? Or is there gonna be, I know there has to be another vote, but are we here to discuss the millage rate increase? Or is the vote gonna carry from the October 2nd? That is a concern of mine, because as all that are here, that are for the millage, here for the millage rate hearing, my curiosity is beyond anything to even understand how we could even have to have another vote. If it is due to inadequate advertising, so be it. You're following the state guidelines, I get it. If there's gonna be a revote, but it's basically a formality, okay, I get that too. I'm good. I just wanna make sure that we're not gonna rehash the millage rate increase. That's all I got to say tonight. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Middlebrook.
Janice Falcone.
Hi. As a senior citizen, when we moved
Name and
here-
address, please. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Janice Falcone, 133 Crepe Myrtle Drive in Griffin, 30223. As a senior citizen moving into Griffin, we had never been in a senior community where your taxes were going to be so high. And I've only been here 8 years, and last year there was a $1,000 increase in my tax bill, which I thought was quite a bit. That was a 25% increase. And I think seniors on a fixed income are having a hard time handling these expenses, and we'd like you to reconsider the millage rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Falcone.
Ann Dix.
My name is Ann Dix. I live at 298 Sweet Gum Drive, Griffin, Georgia, 30223. I want to state that I do oppose the increase. The reason is I'm a surviving spouse of a Korean War veteran who died giving his life for this country. I've lived in the Spalding County and owned homes since 1984. At that time, every house I've owned has been appraised, and the tax has been according to the appraisal of my house, not my neighbor's house or people on my block. But last year, when my taxes went up, the property tax, I went down to the assessor's office, and I was told that the assessment was for the entire Sun City community, not my personal house. I think that's unfair to homeowners because we were assessed with all different prices of homes in our community. I mean, if we need a tax increase, a millage increase, that's fine, but I want my taxes based on my house and not anybody else's house. And so I ask you to vote no and oppose the millage rate increase. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman,
Chris Carroll.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
could you have the county manager please explain the difference in the assessment and what the millage rate is? We don't have anything to do with the assessment, do we?
Yes, ma'am. So for the valuations of homes, the Board of Commissioners are not responsible for assessing the home values. The Board of Equalization and the Board of Appraisers are required by law to make that assessment. They are required to do it every 3 years, and there is state law that mandates how those assessments are actually performed and by what standard. I can tell you that for the last 2 years, the valuations have been below the state requirement. Last year, our percentage was just above the 36th percentile. We're required to be between 38 and 40. according to the state law. This year, it was 35.73, so we fell even farther behind. The tax assessor last year and this year has appealed to the state for those assessments because the Board of Assessors felt like the valuations were still too high. So they made an appeal on behalf of all the citizens here in Spalding County. And last year, the Department of Audit, the State Department of Audits raised our assessments up to a little over 36.38%. So we got into a band that the state was pleased. It was on the very low end. This year, they raised our assessment valuations to 36.18%, so it's lower this year. And we were mandated by the state that we should expect another valuation increase next year because we are still too low on our valuations.
Is there anything that this body can do to affect the tax assessor and the way they do things or their
There is
assessments at all?
absolutely nothing that the Board of Commissioners can do to affect that.
And that's a state law, or is it?
That's state law. And one of the things that I would reiterate back to our citizens is that this board actually approved for the tax assessor's office to proceed with arbitration to mediation to oppose what the State Department of Audits was doing for our valuations. This board is very much in agreement that our valuations continue to increase, and it's impacting all of us as taxpayers.
Thank you.
But there's nothing that we can do about it
Nothing
by
we
law.
can do, no, sir. Mr. Carroll,
Yeah, I'm Chris Carroll. I've been here since '84,
you state your address for us, please?
628 Kilgore Road, Griffin, Georgia. I've owned 2 or 3 businesses since I've been here. But I had a background in real estate when I left Florida and came here. And you can figure your taxes based on comparables and also reconstructive value. And what I'm finding here is we got people coming out of New York, California, all over the Democratic-run cities and stuff of that nature that's affecting our prices here. If you got a $600,000 home out there that's only worth $300,000 here, you can come here and buy a home and then turn right around and have money left in the bank to do whatever. I don't think it's fair, especially when I came here, this was a mill town. Dundee Mills was the biggest thing going around here at that point in time. And I can understand the growth of a town or an area, but right now, we've still got a lot of people here that are still Milltown people. And if they're on Social Security, they can't afford, like she said, 25% increase. Mine was 23.1% increase in 1 year. And I've appealed it both the last 2 years. Even though y'all stated a moment ago that the state controls a lot of this mandates, it's time to push back. Let's get some court cases or something. Let's fight back with Governor Kemp or whoever else is up there, because it's not fair to the people for you to turn right around and have other people coming in here and driving it up. Because my plans right now is if things continue, I'll sell out. I'll leave and go someplace else. Tennessee's waiting on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Robin and Dale Sorrelt.
Dale Surratt, 336 Bar H Road. I just want to address the board as the millage rate around here is y'all need to be treating that money like it's coming out of y'all's pocket, not everybody else that's in here, and y'all just spendthrifting it out. You know, you're talking about helping the aquatic center maintenance with some of this money. Well, how does it cost $1 million a year to keep that place up and it just built? And me and Dr. Ledbetter talked one time that I think he would like y'all to hear. This county's not gonna do anything until you get sewage in it. Nothing. It's gonna be residential and residential only. until you get something sewage-wise that can get industry and bigger businesses in this county. If not, homeowners gonna have to foot the bill for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tyler Beal.
Tyler Beard, I apologize for my poor handwriting. Tyler Beard, 525 South 6th Street. As others have stated, after the first vote, I'm here in due diligence. I've signed up to speak. Unfortunately, I deleted all my notes, so bear with me. Dr. Ledbetter spoken many times about the shortcomings of the business development, which was just referenced in our county, and that without it, the majority of the burden falls on the individual property owner and taxpayer. This is juxtaposed against the success of the surrounding counties and their success in the field. In this field, the Development Authority of Griffin-Spalding County, which is responsible for drawing business into our county, is grossly underfunded. In the proposed 2024 budget, the Development Authority is allotted $450,000. That's less than 1% of the proposed budget total. And if the county needs more business to grow and relieve the tax burden, we should be using any tax revenues that's available to fund the department that specifically missions to do so. I have worked in the industrial parks in Henry County. Prior to my current job, I drove out of Spalding County every day to go to work in Henry County. And their Development Authority released that last year they added 2,300 jobs and $208 million in investment into their county. And with that, I'd like to urge my fellow Spalding County residents to take this into account and within reason when voting or considering new commercial projects within the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilt.
Bruce Ledbetter.
Bruce Ledbetter, 240 Robert Street, Griffin, Georgia, 30224. No relation.
Thank you.
I just want to say thanks for all these people that have already talked. They just about covered everything I had, except I do believe the First Lady, Ms. Michelle, said y'all need to have an independent audit. That's it.
Thank you, Bruce.
D. Ryle.
She's coming in the back, in case you.
Hi, my name is Dee Rigg. I live at 239 Sawgrass Place, Griffin. Mine's going to be short and sweet. I did a survey of 35 homes, just 35 homes on my particular street, Sawgrass. I went through the increased assessments. They were as high as $105,376 in assessed value on one house. The lowest was $64,375,000. I did the taxes. The total taxes on both of them equal out to, and these are roundabout numbers, of $2,400 more a year, just from the 35 houses that I looked out on my street. And my question is, if you're already getting an increase in the amount of money that is going into your coffers, why do you have to increase the millage rate? Now, I was an assessor in Jersey. When we had a reval, which we had to do exactly what you said about meeting the criteria, when you increased the assessed values, we decreased, we didn't call it a millage rate, the tax rate. So I'm having a hard time understanding why you have to increase it to begin with, when you're already increasing the amount of money that is going into your budget with just the increase in the assessments. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Riggs.
Lawrence Weeks.
Yes, I'm Lawrence Weeks, 2966 Teeman Road, Griffin, Georgia. I don't think we need to raise the millage rates because, like Michelle said, there's 12,000 seniors in this county. And everybody on the national news says the seniors got a 3% raise in Social Security. But let me tell you, that same people forget to tell you that they got close to between 2 and 3% took back in the Medicare insurance. But everybody thinks the seniors are just rolling in money sometimes. But I think we already got enough money. I think it's just the way it's being spent. It's like over here on Jordan Hill Road, there was a brand new bridge put in by Spalding County, from what I understand. Down the street, just around the corner a few miles, the federal government come in and put in a road on Smokes Road, and I'd like to know who in Spalding County encouraged them to put a nicer bridge on a dirt road than we ended up with over on a paved road. Have you ever seen it? If you have, you know what I'm talking about. But we need to let people ask our county manager questions when they got a question about stuff. I called and let them know. I wanted to know who paid for that bridge it goes up 2-lane, it goes to, it looks like old 3-lane road just about it on one side, and it goes up to like a 4-lane just about on the other, and it's dirt from one end to the other, right through there. The only people that really use it probably is people that go into Wolf Creek Church on Sunday morning, and they get there and they got to go wash their car when they get home. Well, I appreciate you letting me talk to you, but I just don't think we ought to have any more taxes increased, because I've always been, when I was in school, they taught me, the more people you serve, the cheaper it is to serve the individual. But that don't happen in government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks.
Mark Kirkland.
So I remember this time. Mark Kirkland, 4630 Noonan Road, Griffin, Georgia. I did good already. I got a couple of things for you right quick. One of them, I don't really understand why I'm back here. Why I'm speaking again on the same topic that I wouldn't think I'd be doing for another year. If it's truly a formality, I would think you'd open it up, close it up, vote it, and be done with it and let us move on. So I'm kind of worried, like most of these folks here, that something sneaky snacky is going to be going on and it's going to go raising up again. I hope that is not the case. Now, we talked about a couple of things. Valuation, it is too high. Somebody brought a point that we need to fight back. We need to find a way to do it. It's an easy thing to say, my hands are tired, we can't do anything about it. Well, let's find a way to do something about it. Our true leaders would do that for us. Find a way to fight back. It's too high. And something else I'm going to throw at you. I come away from this meeting last time. Now, you take a valuation and you jack it up a little bit. Well, here's the thing. Most of these folks in here are like me. They pay so much for a house and they expect it to stay kind of within a reason. It goes maybe up a little bit, not the huge increases. It does, if you stay in your house, it does you no good. You can evaluate it whatever you want to. It may be worth more, but until you sell it, it ain't worth no more. Now, if you sell it, I would think the county is already getting taxes, more taxes, because now they're getting more money. So that's my questions, I think. I think there should be some grandfathering going in here, that it doesn't raise up to the fact until the point of sale. Now, at that point in time, everybody makes more money, if that's what you're going to do. But if you lived in your house 10, 15, 20, 30 years, you're pricing people out of their homes. My brother right now is on a 2-year plan. He's had it. 2 years, he said he's moving out. And there's going to be a lot of folks just like that. I'm right behind him. I can't see myself staying here if we can't get somebody to fight for us to bring these taxes down. So, I mean, you look around, that's why everybody's back here again. It's the same kind of deal. And that grandfather thing, I'm sure next year we're going to talk a little more on it, because I'm going to try to bring a little more into it on that one. That's all I got to say tonight. I hope y'all do the right thing tonight. There ain't no sneaky, snaky looking thing going on. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkland.
Bob Baer.
My name is Bob Byer, 516 Orchid Lights Court in Griffin. I'm probably coming at you tonight with a different point of view than what you've been hearing. I don't believe the Spalding citizens are fully aware of the need for increased revenue for the county. We have firehouses sitting empty because firefighters earn a lot more in neighboring counties. Last week, I drove by the Woodruff Fire Station on Old Atlanta Road. It was locked up, empty of equipment, no men present. All that was there was the brand-new county bus in the fire station. We can't afford, the county can't afford to hire A-team employees due to neighboring counties paying more. Inflation has hit those inflation has hit the employees that we have, and higher taxes hopefully will allow a much-needed 10% pay raise. Like it or not, Spalding needs more revenue. While we keep talking about the need for industrial and housing development, those aren't here yet. We can't continue to wait. Like many in Sun City, I live on a rather fixed income. Inflation is also affecting me. But an increase in millage rate, or at least at last year's rate, is necessary to help make Spalding an even better place to live. And remember, you get what you pay for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Byer.
Nancy Plonner?
Good evening. It's Ploner, don't worry.
Thank you.
Everybody gets it wrong. Nancy Ploner, 774 Firefly Court, Griffin, Georgia, 30223. I'm going to just bring my personal experience, a little perspective. I recently moved to Spalding County from Fayette County in the beginning of this year, and just finally recently was able to sell my home up in Fayette County. Comparably speaking, up in Fayette County, the property was 7 acres. The square footage on the home was 5,500. The school district that it resided within is Whitewater School District, one of the best ranked school districts in the state, and also Fayette Piedmont Hospital with all sorts of accolades as being one of the best local hospitals. The taxes on that year with the homestead exemption as well as the senior exemption was $1,986.30. I just received the projected for this year here, again, homestead and senior on 0.18 acreage, just under 1,800 square feet. School district, as far as what I saw in the real estate, is ranked 4 and 5, not 8 and 9 like at Whitewater. And Spalding Hospital does not have the rankings that Piedmont has. The taxes will be $4,313.31. I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around the disparity and the 100% increase for, quite frankly, receiving less. I understand they're different counties, different dynamics, but that much of a difference, I question that. So just perspective, right up the road, 25 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Byer.
Ray Thomas?
How you doing tonight? My name is Ray Thomas from 20 East Lake, Griffin, Georgia. What I'd like to ask this board, who's going to be kicking people off their property when they can't pay their taxes? Is it going to be you guys, the sheriff? You going to send in a SWAT team? What I want to know, everything has doubled on us in the past 3 years. The price of gasoline, the price of food, the price of everything. I don't care what they say in the news about a 9% increase on inflation. What I see is 100% increase. And then you guys are doubled our property values. What are you gonna do? Are you guys gonna kick the elderly out of the property that they've been on for 50, 60 years because they're on a fixed income and can't afford these taxes? Or do you care? We'd like to know. We're pretty upset, and I know I am. We need to hear from you guys. Do you support us, or do you support a corrupt system that believes in suppressing its own people through the form of taxation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Kim Morrison?
Kim Morrison, 207 Cecil Jackson Road in Griffin. I'm just going to speak from personal experience. My tax bill in 2022 went to $4,300 from $1,600 in 2021. I have 3 acres. My land value was $30,000 an acre, $90,000. I appealed. I lost the appeal. Even after the appeal, tax bill still said $90,000 for 3 acres. When I emailed in question and got 0 response, the tax card changed. Now it's $33,000 for 3 acres. So I'm confused as to how y'all are coming up with your values to start off with. Because I'm telling you, 3 acres is not worth $90,000. And if you're just gonna go, so how many mistakes out there have been made? And that's how y'all are collecting the extra money. And that's from my personal experience, so I oppose a millage increase.
County Manager, what does this board have to do with setting the valuations? Do we set the values?
Again, we do not set valuations for homes. That is through the tax assessor's office.
And is there anything that this board can do to affect that office?
No, sir.
Okay, and that's a state law?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Norma Thomas?
I'm not going to speak. I just want to let y'all know I was here to sign the paper.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Dexter Thomas?
My name's Dexter Thomas. I grew up here, been here my whole life. We still have property at 180 Smokefield Road. And I just want to know if you guys are more interested in getting the transplants from other states than you are serving the people who've lived here. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Mark Bond?
Mark Bond, 949 East Maddox Road. I've been to the tax assessor's office, and he just flat out told me he knew what my house was, and there was no need in fighting the tax increase that I had, because he knew what my house was. I don't see what that's got anything to do with it. My taxes have gone up 25% in the last year, and I'm not getting any more service for what I'm paying for. And that's basically all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Chairman, no one else has signed up this evening for the millage rate public hearing?
Motion to come out of public hearing.
I have a motion to have a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5-0 unanimous. Come out of public hearing. Old business. Consider approval of the millage rate increase for FY 2023.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask the county manager, what's the millage rate last year, and what was it set at, 16?
16.138.
Okay, I make a motion that we lower the millage rate to 15.588.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
This is a lowering of the millage rate,
Yes.
Correct.
just so that everyone's on the same page. This is the same motion that we made at the last meeting, but since, even though we supplied the Griffin Daily News with the correct notices, as we always have every year, they failed to print the full notice, and so we have to, by statute, come back, not only have a public hearing, but also this vote again.
Correct.
Okay, so the county did everything that we were supposed to do, but that, it didn't happen as we had asked it to do, that the state law requires. So we're required to come back and have this vote again, lowering the millage rate.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, further discussion?
It is still a tax increase.
All right?
Correct.
Any further discussion? All right, the motion is to set a new millage rate at 15.588. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. 3. All those opposed? 2. Motion carries. New tax rate will be 15.588, a reduction. If you were only here for the millage rate and you would like to leave because of the noise, if this would be a good time to move on out, and then we're going to go on with regular business, zoning and things like that, and recognition of people. So please, Charles, would you like to go ahead and get up there, ready to go? Please continue to step outside so we can continue our meeting. We've got a ways to go yet.
Let me just get a big L put in my head because they have still not decided that we're all ready.
We'll see about next year.
Yeah, they won't see me next year.
All right, if we could have silence now, we'd appreciate it. All right, Director of Community Development, this is your opportunity to talk to us about your dashboard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Before I begin, I would like to invite my staff up here. I know y'all are scared, but if you please come up. I thought it would be appropriate to present our community development staff. It's been an honor and a privilege to work with them. The information I'm about to present, this small group is responsible for the information. And once again, it's an honor to work with them. We have here Susan Ellington. Eva Morales is not here with us tonight. Is Bailey Sewell here? Okay. Scott Sullivan and Tamara, AKA Tammy Shackelford. And once again, I just wanted to have them behind me as I give this presentation. What I want to do tonight is provide a framework for many, many more dashboards that we'll be presenting to you tonight. This particular dashboard is just to give you a small beginning taste of our permits, what we collect, and just to present some challenges, present some good news, some bad news, and what to look forward to moving forward. And also, once again, just a framework of what we're going to be presenting to you all in the future. You go to the next slide. So what is community development? The Community Development Department is currently made up of 4 development divisions: planning, zoning, building, business license, and environmental protection. The role of the department is to assist decision makers and the public in formulating and implementing policies which balance environmental, economic, and social needs for the present and future. We process development permits, ensure that new construction is an asset to its surroundings, and ensure the safety and maintenance of buildings, property, and neighborhoods through enforcement of codes, public education, with cooperation with other county departments and public agencies. Next slide. You see in this slide here, if we began breaking down of permit type for year 2021 and 22, You see on this chart between 2021 and 22, there was a 17.6% decrease due to changes in software. And what we mean by that is there was a change in software from Sages to, I believe there was another software, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, Civic Gov to now City Tech. So there might be some inconsistencies. But if you notice, in 2021, there was only 10 new commercial, new construction. 2022, 9. Notice we're very heavy in new single-family residents. 2021, 381. 2022, 337. Next slide. From 2021 to 2022, there has been a 75% increase in permit fees. This shows that we had a good recovery after COVID. This says a lot about the actual growth of the county. Grand total of over $827,000 collected in building fees. You see in 2021, it was $258,000. 2022, $569,729 $29. Next slide. Building and impact fees from 2021 and 22. Between 2021 and 2022, there was a substantial 81.41% rise in impact fees. You'll see in 2021, a total of $310,894 collected in impact fees, which affects our fire protection, jail, Homeland Security, 911, library, et cetera, et cetera. 2022, that rise to $564,000 for that year for 2022. Next slide. Permit count in the last 3 years. This includes permits for mechanical, plumbing, HVAC, electrical, what have you. Between 2021 and 2022, there was a 17.6% decrease in permits issued. As of November 2023, we are actually expecting to exceed 2022 numbers. So that's very good news. Next slide. Here's a breakdown of new construction permits for years 2022 and 23. The good news is there's a rise in new residential. Unfortunately, I had to look at this several times. 4 new commercial projects. We have to do better. As we move from 2022 to 2023, we saw a boost in new residential permits, but there was a noticeable drop in new commercial permits. This is quite important because it relates to our comprehensive plan, which designates certain corridors in the county as workforce character areas. So that's something that we're going to have to improve on as a county. From 2022, we see new commercial of 9 building permits to 4 so far this year. 2023, you see 347 of new family residential. That's an increase from 2022.
Does that include just new permits for like new structures, or does that include like a structure closed down and somebody was moving into the same spot? It's just new?
New.
Okay.
Yes. And once again, there will be several dashboards where we'll break this down even further. I got excited looking at these numbers because we got so much we can kind of derive just from these numbers. Next slide. And once again, as I said earlier, community development was in the process of integrating between software systems at the beginning of the year. This was further complicated by the tornadoes. Again, that's why I have my staff up here. I don't know how they did it before I got here in handling the natural disaster that happened earlier this year. This is reflected on the chart as much of the fees and the inconsistencies of the process collected after the natural disaster were not accounted for in our permit system. So we're still trying to account for a lot that was missing between the natural disasters in the beginning of the year and the juggling of the various software programs that we were trying to establish some stability with. Right now, we're with City Tech. City Tech is working diligently to try to provide some stability in how we process our permits. So we're working very hard with them in providing that stability with our process. Next slide. Building fees for 2022 and 2023. Between 2022 and 2023, there has been a 16.17% increase in impact fees, which can be attributed to, in part, to the impact fee adjustments that came in effect in July 2023. So that is definitely a positive. 2022, we looked at a total of $1,133,742 in revenue. 2023, it jumped to $1,340,955 in revenue. Next slide. So, what's next? As I said earlier, this is one of many dashboards to come. The first is, how does community development generate more revenue? We're excited to eventually present how we're going to do that. We're going to be presenting a comparative analysis of, not yet, a comparative analysis comparing ourselves to other municipalities and you know what they do in terms of their fee schedule. And I know that we're very low in terms of what we expect from our developers. So we're definitely going to explore that. We're also going to explore if what we are collecting is enough to sustain our department. So we're going to be showing that in our upcoming dashboard. How do we attract more commercial and industrial-based development? That's something that we'll be working with you all on. We have a wonderful comprehensive plan, but how are we going to implement it? Words are nothing unless we implement what we have put down on paper. So we'll have some dashboards to kind of foster that discussion with the commission, with the Board of Commissioners. And lastly, you go back. And lastly, how can community development be more efficient? We're always working on how we can be more efficient. Our dashboard is going to show more of the process and how we collect, more of the process in terms of what the roles of our department is and how we can improve as an overall department. And that ends my presentation. Now to the next slide. Thank you very much. Community development is always ready to serve you and our community, and we can be reached by the following. And to our citizens, we welcome you to come to our department on the second floor. We do have goodies up there. We have cups and other what do you call it, DeAndre, swag for you if you come up there. And any information that you need, you can reach us with that contact information, or just come to our office if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd kind of like to ask a question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great presentation. Thank you for that. Commercial. We talked,
Yes.
focus on that a little bit. How closely do you all work with our industrial development authority? I mean, is there a direct? Do you all work closely with them in relation as far as working to get industries here? Just tell me about that relationship.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. We're in process of doing that.
Okay.
Right now, what we're doing, I work one-on-one with new developers that come in. We let them know what's expected. We have one-on-one meetings, what I call pre-development, and it's done through Teams. It's done through Zoom. They come in, and that word gets out with what we're expected. They know, and they're very familiar with our comprehensive plan. But yes, we're going to have, it's going to be more effort in working with the authority.
Because we know
forward.
basically going through this whole entire process,
Mhm.
that is the key.
Yes.
To kind of offset lowering the millage rate, lowering everything.
That's why I
permanently.
presented that, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So I say that to say, because, we know that during like this budget cycle that our development authority took a hit because we took money away from them.
Yes.
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 Which, to be here, because we understand the need, for our citizens.
Great point.
It's money we're taking away, to help with growth so that we can actually get the businesses and industries here so we can offset this. So I think it's kind of important that we let people know that we chopped down this thing pretty good and cut areas in ways that we had never had to cut before. And folks that actually are departments that are here to bring the revenue in took a hit this year too.
Yes.
So we all took a bite in this.
Yes.
It's very important they took a big cut. So we're asking them to bring the businesses in, but yet still we're taking the money from them.
Yes.
So it's important that we gain that relationship with them because we know what we have to do so that we're not in this situation again. And even though lowering the millage rate was a good thing tonight, and I get that, the goal here is to basically get this leveled so that we don't have to come back here in another year or so and to fight like this. Because I said this before, it's kind of like lowering it now and then having to deal with this maybe double next year. No one wants to do that, so let's just be consistent. Our goal is to be consistent in what we do. And that's what our jobs are, is to be consistent. Not to lower it right now for a few months and then have to address this again next year. It's not fair to them.
That's right.
Okay? And it's just being very real right here.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask a question. So, I know we're not the city of Griffin, but the city of Griffin does have an economic development
Yes.
person in the Planning and Development Office.
Yes.
And I think many of us make the mistake when we say economic development office, it's the industrial development office. If somebody wants to come in and put a car wash in, they come to see you.
Yes.
If they want to put an 80,000
Right.
square foot factory in,
Sure.
they come to see them.
Right.
And when they come to see them, the group that someone, I think it was Mr. Beard, said that we need to give more money to, when they give a tax abatement, we still don't see the money.
Right.
The money is in economic development,
Right.
which is, we don't have a person in the county because we can't pay them. That is how we increase our commercial business.
Right.
So I think people don't understand that just because there's industry out there does not mean that that generates tax dollars anywhere. Because generally, the Development Authority gives tax abatements that go up to 10 years. So we still don't see that money. So I think that, of course, I know we don't have the money, but if we want commercial development, we need to have your office leading economic development. We need to have you saying we need a nail shop, we need a laundry here, we need a convenience store, because the Development Authority is not doing that.
Right.
That's not their job.
Right.
So yeah, I
you.
appreciate that, but I think just in looking down the road, if we want what people are asking for in terms of commercial, we're gonna have to do something in the planning office to make that happen.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. James?
And thank you for that presentation, it was very informative.
Very welcome.
Have you seen any pushback from the increase? I know we like tripled our impact fees this year, the fees that people have to pay to come in and develop. Have we seen any pushback at all?
Not yet. The only pushback is our overlays.
Sure.
The requirements of our overlays,
Right.
which I welcome, but not from our impact fees.
To me, if somebody says, well, name the price, and I name a price, and they say done without haggling, I go, I should have aimed higher. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with this impact fee. When we were setting it, it was like, well, that might be too high. I don't know. If everyone's just going, okay, what is it? Here's your check. That means we didn't raise that enough.
Now ask me when we increase our building fees. A few months.
That's been like
Maybe.
10 or 12 years since there's been a.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
It's time.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's time.
My only argument with the whole impact fee thing is, we shouldn't have to pay the majority of it. I mean,
That's
the
right.
new people coming in need to pay it.
That's right.
But we're still held at that standard too. Like, if I wanna go build a house, I gotta pay the impact fees. Or if I wanna build my barn out here, I gotta pay the impact fees. But it should be some kind of, it's like Mr. Kirkland back there said, there's gotta be a way to grandfather the locals in. And only make the people on the outside coming in pay.
But you don't pay unless you build something new.
Well, that's true, but.
So
I
you
mean,
got
but-
one thing,
but-
Bill, yeah.
But why should I be penalized and you lived here your whole life? That's what I'm saying. I shouldn't have to pay, like everybody wanting to go up to the Henry County standards, $7,300. That's $7,300 that I don't have to throw on the extra. But I am totally in agreement. If we could come up with some kind of system that the people coming in pay and tote the load and we don't, I'm for it.
Do those fees, I know that when we were setting them, we set them based on a formula, and we set like one, and that affected all of them. Is there a way to set, like, to raise the industrial impact fees without raising the residential impact fees? Or, you see what I'm saying? Is there a way to?
Whatever we do, we have to be careful that it's not a gratuity.
And it's an impact. So you're
Yes.
looking at what, do they use the roads? Do they use the school? So industry rarely uses any of that, and that is kind of how we get stuck. Yeah, I mean, they may use
That
roads,
no
but that's
impact on the
included.
schools.
They may even use law enforcement, but they don't, they don't get the schools, they don't get the library, they don't get the health department, they don't get DFAC. So, yeah, so it's a formula, but because of what it is, because it's a building that people just come in and work in, it doesn't have the same impact as if it were.
And remember, these impact fees do not go into our general fund.
Right, they
They
can only
do
be
not
spent.
support any of our maintenance and operation. They are solely for the 7 criteria that were agreed to in last July.
Okay.
Director, you talked a little bit about, mentioned tornado. How has it been? We have a lot of citizens who tornadoes came through and had a definite impact. How are we doing with that?
Just, we are stabilizing as a department, and you all are beginning to see the influx of mobile home applications, but we're getting that stabilized with the help of our zoning attorney. Yeah, I think our staff is handling that pretty well. We're addressing that pretty well.
Any other discussion? All right, thank you, Charles.
You're more than welcome.
Good job.
Thank you.
We'll wait to see your next ones.
All right.
Item number 2, consider presentation of service award for recognition of 25 years of service to Jesse Dunn of the Spalding County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman and Board. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to recognize Deputy Jesse Dunn. Jesse Dunn is coming up here with us. He's been with the Sheriff's Office for 25 years.
Wow.
And Jesse started in detention and has worked his way to patrol and is currently serving with us at court services now. And has done a phenomenal job and really just given us 25 of his best years. And we appreciate him doing that. And so we want to take this time to recognize him publicly and certainly with the board. And if you'd allow us to do a photograph of that, and we just want to recognize him.
Great job.
We're going to move around wherever that DeAndre tells us. Where do you want us to go?
Yes, did they warn you about the speech yet?
Anybody who wants to come forward, this is the time.
Jesse, you want anybody else in the picture?
Yeah. Just the 3 of you?
Is his wife here?
Okay, okay.
Can you get it for us, Miss Mary?
Speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
appreciate Jesse including the son, and so certainly the sheriff's office promotes and prefers a family environment, and so at our workplace, and even tonight in a place like this, we think family is very important, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
So do we. Thank you.
All right.
Jesse's one of the big cogs in our well-oiled machine across the street, so we appreciate his work. I see it
Yes, sir.
daily.
All right, item number 3 says Sheriff Dix would like to recognize the graduates of the 2023 Annual Sheriff Citizens Academy. This is the 6th year of the Sheriff's Citizen Academy.
Yes, sir. And thank you again, Chairman and Commission. So in absence of the sheriff tonight, he's a little under the weather. We would like to recognize our 6th Academy class, and so we don't have all of our folks tonight. We had about 30 folks in our class, and so those that are here, would y'all come up? Do you mind coming up all together? So we just have a small representation.
Some of them are still in the helicopter.
We're going to do a picture with them.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We'll come up front. I'd just like to speak a little bit about you.
They should, maybe should they one by themselves first?
And so, for those in the audience, so this class is, it's a 10-week program. It's 3 hours a night, so they've given us over 30 hours of their life to come and report with us. And each night, they learned more about the sheriff's office. Every module division of what we do at the sheriff's office is covered in those classes. It's free of charge to the citizens, and it's not tax dollars that's paying for that. We do fundraisers to pay for that, and we feed supper, and we do these things. And so we want to be transparent. The sheriff's vision is to share with the community what exactly it is we're doing, why we're doing it, and we think that it's turned out well. And we would encourage more of you to come if you want to know what we're doing and how we're spending your tax dollars, which again, we think that's very important for you to come understand what we're doing. And so thank you for giving us your time to come and be in class with us. And let me come join you. Is that a good looking group?
Everybody smile. Say cheese. Smile. I gotta take my 4 or 5 so I get that right one. All right.
Steve, I have something to present.
Okay.
We, the graduates of the Citizen Sheriff's Academy, year 2023, present this to the Sheriff's Office for their youth programs. And I encourage everyone in this room to take this class because it's awesome.
Jackie, you need to get up front. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here on this side. You know you can't see, nobody can't see you with your little stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really good.
I am the self-appointed alumni chair for the Citizens Academy. So I just wanted to thank Sheriff Dix and Chief Deputy Tony for offering this opportunity to the citizens here. If you all have not taken it, it's usually offered in August. It's open to all citizens of Spalding County. It is probably the most in-depth look that you will ever have at the sheriff's office. The best parts of it are that you get to meet all of the people that protect and serve us on a daily basis. You get to meet the DA, the judges. We go to the courthouse and tour that. We get to go up in the helicopter. That, again, is no cost to the citizens that we have that helicopter. We also get to go in the big things that they run through people's houses in. We get, I don't know what they're called, but anyway, but we get to meet all of the sheriff's deputies, and it's a great, great thing. So y'all come join us. We'll get to do it again next year.
Hey, we also want to recognize out here in the crowd tonight, we have an incredible veteran who turns 96 tomorrow, Edco. So.
Great job.
He said he's not going no more.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Hey, we have a FEMA class as well that the fire department and disaster management puts on. It's also 12 weeks. It's also free. It's also awesome. It really tells you what to do in disasters, gets you to the training of what to do if tornadoes hit and you have to help everyone in your neighborhood, and it's great. It's really great.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say that one of the participants is a church member of mine. That's Heather. She's going out the door. So my expectation is going to be, as far as praise and preparedness, that if anybody comes in our church, she gonna throw them down. I'm gonna count on you to do that. She's been trying. I know, that's what I'm saying.
All right, item number 4, recognize Jenna Garrison, Administrative Services Director, and her staff on Spalding County receiving the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for its 21st consecutive year.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Garrison is on a much-deserved vacation this week, so she is not here, but Ms. Erica Dye is here. And if she would come forward, if you would indulge me for just a moment, I would like to share with our community what this entails. I'm going to read from the letter that was received by the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA. It says, Dear Commissioners, we are pleased to notify you that your annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022 qualifies for GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents a significant accomplishment by a government and its management. When a Certificate of Achievement is awarded to a government, an award of financial reporting achievement is also presented to the individuals or department designated by the government as primarily responsible for its having earned the certificate. This award has been sent to the submitter as designated on the application. We hope that you will arrange for a formal presentation of the certificate and award of financial reporting achievement and give appropriate publicity to this notable achievement. A sample news release has been included, and we hope that this example will encourage other government officials in their efforts to achieve and maintain an appropriate standard of excellence. This is our 21st receipt of this financial report. I'm very proud of the staff for what they do. It's our intent to be as transparent as we can possibly be with all of our finances. So it's my pleasure to present Ms. Erica Dye this evening and offer her a chance to say a few words about this outstanding achievement.
We're going to do a picture here.
Yes, we will. Care to say something? This is putting you on the spot before we take the picture instead of after.
Well, on behalf of Jenna and the staff, I just want to say thank you, and we appreciate greatly the opportunity and all the hard work that was done.
Mike. Sorry, we have people watching.
Just as a sidelight for those that we saw a couple of people that we have recognized tonight, I'd like to keep it in perspective. I believe that currently our fire chief is the fire chief of the state of Georgia, that our Public Works and Parks is the president of the Georgia Parks Association. Association, and then we have Jenna.
Yeah, and then Jenna just won it 21 years ago.
21 years.
21 years.
21 years in a row. So when people talk about how good the staff is, you need to keep in mind how really, really good the staff is. The bad news is, if you want to know the truth, there's a lot of gray-haired people that are getting ready to retire as we move along. Yeah.
Those that shave their heads don't count.
Yeah.
You don't get to retire.
Thank you. Item number 7.1, consider approval of the financial statement for the 3 months ending October 31, 2023. You're back on, up here, Erica. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions.
What? Excuse me?
I don't have any
Sorry, that's
questions.
a crude statement, I'm sorry. Okay, does anybody else have any
Can
statements?
Steve just make a comment about when the tax bills will go out? We talked about that.
Yes, ma'am. The tax bills are estimated to go out to be due and estimated January 15th. Thank you for that clarification.
Do it
We
January
could
15th.
not do the
Yes.
tax bills until we had tonight's meeting. So all that stuff about, people said tax bills are just waiting, no. Until it was signed tonight, we couldn't move that forward to be able to get printed off, mailed out, and everything else.
In fact, they have not been printed yet. Once this was completed this evening, it will have to go back to the Department of Revenue for their signature, and once they sign off on moving forward, then we will be able to move forward with printing the tax bills and getting them shipped.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions for the financial statement? All right,
No, sir.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion, do I have a second? I have a second, motion and a second, any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0 unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Dye, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Item number 8, zoning public hearing. There are multiple applications for the consideration on item number 1. I will read all 3 items. They can then be discussed as a whole. However, they will need to be voted on individually. Item number 1, application 23-08Z, Lillian Argyle, William Woodward Jr., John P. Woodward, and Parks W. Caldwell Sr., owner, Hillwood Development Company, LLC, as the agent. It's approximately 6.14, 13.328, and 4.226, and .012 acres located in land lots 25 and 26 of the Second Land District. The applicant requests to rezone from AR1, Agriculture and Residential, and R2, Single Family Residential District, to C and C1, Manufacturing Light. Application number 23-26V, same names, Lillian Gargile, William Woodward, John P. Woodward, Parks W. Caldwell Sr., owners, Hillwood Development Company, LLC, agent, approximately 6.14, 13.328, 4.226, and .012 acres located in land lots 25 and 26 of the Second Land District. The applicant requests a variance to allow for loading docks to be located in front of the building. Application number 23-26VA, Lillian Argyle, William Woodward, John P. Woodward, and Parks W. Caldwell Sr., owners, Hillwood Development Company, LLC, agent, approximately 6.14, 13.328, 4.26, and .012 acres located in land lots 25 and 26 of the Second Land District. The applicant requests a variance to allow for parking to be located in the front of the building. Director Reese?
Yes, I'll read each application separately. This first application is for rezoning from AR1, Agriculture and Residential, to C1C, Light Commercial. The applicant submitted a plan with the title of Jackson 16 Logistics Center, submitted in May 2023, prepared by Eberly and Associates. This satisfies the requirements of Section 2204, and any rezoning must be conditioned upon this site plan. This requirement has been satisfied. Section 2205A sets forth the rezoning districts to which property in AKB may be rezoned. The proposed zoning is C1C, a zoning district allowed within AKB. This requirement is satisfied. Section 2205B requires a pre-application conference with the rezoning administrator and the chairman of Planning Commission. A conference was conducted that included the applicant, Community Development Director, and Mr. Yeomans, who is the Planning Commission Chairman, on September 15th, 2023. Section 2205C sets forth the requirements for a development site plan. All those requirements have been satisfied. On September 26, 2023, the Planning Commission was presented with Hillwood's request for rezoning. During the meeting, the commissioners were presented with the revised conditions by the applicant. The Planning Commission approved the application with the applicant's revised conditions, including additional language for Condition 9 by unanimous vote of 4-0. You'll have in front of you two versions of the conditions. The version by the applicant, how they heard the conditions by the Planning Commission, and the conditions by our staff. So we have these two for you all to look over. There's really not too much of a difference, but we want to leave it up to the Board of Commissioners for you all to decide which one would be the most accurate, should you decide to approve this rezoning request by the applicant.
Okay. And, all right, now we're going to go to the applicant, and then we will go to public comments if there's anybody to speak for or against this application. And then we will go back to Director Reese to give his recommendation from the staff.
Good evening. My name is Den Webb. There is a pretty big difference in those conditions to us. Let me say that, but I'll get to that in a minute. My address is 1105 West Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. I think we picked a good night to come. I've heard a lot of talk about economic development projects and increases in the tax digest, and we're really here to talk about a development that will certainly positively impact both. Before I get to that, let me introduce a couple guys who are here with me. The first, on the far right, is Alex Carr with Hillwood. To his left is Tajis Patel, who is with Eberly & Associates, who you just heard is the project engineer. And for those who don't know, Hillwood is a national developer. They build industrial sites as well as some other types of real estate sites. It's owned by the Perot family. They have developed in the state of Georgia for about 20 years, and their clients include Home Depot, Lowe's, Target, Walmart, and a host of other Class A type names like that. I'm going to use a handout here because it's just easier for me to kind of flip pages, but I believe that this handout is also on the screen in front of you and on the screen to my right here. But if you turn to the first page, you'll see the site location. It's on the north side of Arthur K. Bolton Parkway. You'll notice two colors, green and red. The majority of the site's actually in Butts County, and that's the area you see denoted in green. That land area in Butts County totals almost 65 acres. The area you see in red is what's in Spalding County, and that is a little bit more than 23 acres. This property has a couple single-family detached homes on it, but for the most part, it's vacant. If you turn, if you turn to page 2, you'll see the tracts that are in Spalding County. I just note that there are 3 tracts. I'm going to come back and explain why that's important in a minute. Page 3 is our site plan, and you'll see that this is the industrial development we're proposing. You'll notice there are 3 state-of-the-art buildings. The 2 that are in gray are to be built now. You'll notice one on the right that's essentially white or not colored. That is a future building site. But all 3 of these buildings will be tilt panel construction, 50 feet tall or less. The site will be heavily landscaped. Importantly, there's a single access point you'll notice on the right-hand side of the page at Jackson Road. That actually aligns with the access point at Dollar General across the street. We've added a deceleration lane in for those coming south into the property. We've added a turn lane for those heading north to make a left-hand turn into the site. We've got more than sufficient parking on this site. We've been through the DRI process. Just so you know, that DRI process included a traffic study that accounted not just for our traffic, but also for the traffic that Prologis will generate ultimately across the street at a recently approved development, as well as River Park on the other side of 75. And we, the recommendations that were suggested in the traffic impact study are included in our proposal, and they certainly are reflected in the deceleration lane and left turn lane that I just mentioned. We've already been through zoning in Butts County. We were approved there, I don't know, 2 months or so ago, subject to similar conditions that I'm going to talk to you about here in a minute. And if you look at page 4, you'll notice a rendering of the site. This is conceptual, but this is basically what it's intended to look like. And while you're looking at that, let me just mention that we're getting our water and sewer from Butts County, and really the traffic impacts will be in Butts County as well. Again, the only curb cut is on Jackson Road, which is in the county, and we have made accommodations to make some improvements on Jackson Road as a part of this development. You know, as to the zoning, from certainly a zoning perspective, this is the right location for this kind of use. You know, we're on a regional truck route in Arthur K. Bolton Parkway. You've got industrial already in the area. You've got quite a bit of industrial planned or that is in some stage of development now, and it's consistent with your comp plan. So this industrial type use is what the city envisions for this area in the future, at least according to its comp plan. And of course, that's why you heard Mr. Reese mention that staff has recommended approval, as well as the Planning Commission. Mr. Reese mentioned that there are 2 variances as well. Again, both those are supported by staff and the Planning Commission. Let me kind of briefly touch on those. You guys know about the Arthur K. Bolton overlay. That overlay covers property that fronts Arthur K. Bolton Parkway, but it also covers property that's within 750 feet of the parkway. We don't have any frontage at all on Arthur K. Bolton Parkway. And if you turn to page 5 of the exhibit, you'll notice sort of where 2 triangles meet in a circular area. We are about 10 feet. The third of the 3 lots, the southernmost lot that you saw on an earlier page, is about 10 feet within that AKB overlay. So technically, all of our Spalding County property is subject to the overlay requirements, and that's why we've had to seek 2 variances, which I think are relatively minor, to the AKB. Let me take you back to page 3. Let me kind of walk you through the site plan real quick to explain these variances. It's hard to tell from this diagram, but there are a lot of challenges with this site. All right, this is 100 acres shown on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, which is hard to sort of understand, but this property is 7-sided, so that we're not dealing with a perfect square or even a rectangle here. We've got a pond that you can see in the middle of the site. We've got parts of 2 streams on the east and west sides of our site. And between the 2 gray buildings, you'll notice some dashed lines. That's a utility easement, 130 feet that Georgia Power and Atlanta Gas Light both have that runs east to west across our property. So all of these things really affected the way we could lay out this site. And really, this was the best option that we could, or excuse me, Tajisa's group could actually come up with. But certainly, you know, this size, shape, and topography created some hardships for this site. Building 100 is the southernmost of the 2 gray buildings. What we consider the north side of that building is the front. Okay, that's what we, certainly Hillwood considers the front of the building. And that's where the trucks will load. You notice that we have a little bit of employee parking on the west side of Building 100 as well. That parking, again, because of the scale, it's hard to tell this, but that's 360 feet at its closest point from Wallace Road. So we're talking about it's over a football field away. It's a long distance. We have a similar setup for Building 200, which is the building to the north. Again, we've got loading on the north side, employee parking on the south. We do not have any employee parking on what we consider the side or the Wallace-facing portion of that building. Building 300, which again is the future building site, on the east side, that's where the employees will park, and on the west side, that's where the trucks will load. I want you to note that to the right of our site is another lot. So that Building 300 will not front Jackson Road. Somebody else owns some land between our building and that roadway, so we'll actually not have any frontage on there at all. And again, although we have employee parking in front of the building there, it's 200 feet from Jackson Road, and again, it's separated from that road by a piece of property that we don't own and that is not a part of this application. So as you heard Mr. Reese say, according to the AKB overlay, we can't have loading docks in front of the building, technically, and parking must be at the rear. We've had a lot of debate over this. We actually had a pretty good debate on this at the Planning Commission, and Mr. Galloway did an excellent job sort of clarifying things. We've never been clear whether we really even need a variance, honestly, but we're under incredibly tight time constraints on this project. We thought it was better to ask now, before we get to the development stage, than wait. So that's why we're here. We did this out of an abundance of caution. We've asked for 2 variances to allow the parking and loading just as they're reflected in the site plan, really no more than that. And again, as you heard, both the staff and the Planning Commission support those 2 requests. All right, let me just talk a little bit about the zoning conditions. If you turn to page 7 of this handout, you'll find those. So these are a minor modification of what the staff has proposed, and really the modification came about because we've had to change the site plan. So we started this project, I guess, sometime, in the spring of this year in Butts County. We had 30 more acres. We actually owned 30 acres to the south of us, and we're able to have a different configuration, which included different access points. The original site plan actually had access on Wallace Road, Kermit Williams Road, and Jackson Road. We did some investigation of that 30 acres and realized there are wetlands there that prevent us from really doing anything meaningful there, so we let that land go, but as a result had to reconfigure the site. And that, I think for purposes tonight, really led to the fact that we were restricted to 1 curb cut on Jackson Road. So these changes are intended to reflect just the modifications to the site plan that occurred. The staff conditions, for the most part, have been with this application since we originally filed it in Butts County and went through the DRI process. But again, we were talking about a different site plan and a lot more land and frankly a lot more square footage at that point too. So as Mr. Reese said, these are similar, but the difference is really just to reflect the change in the site plan that occurred after we initially filed. You'll notice that I've highlighted 6 of these. These are conditions that were also adopted as part of the Butts County rezoning. So they're not exactly verbatim. I've kind of compared them today, and there's a "the" that should have been a "that," but substantively they're exactly the same. So in Butts County, we were approved subject to conditions 3 through 7. These others are some extras. Number 9 is something we added to as a result of our conversations with the Planning Commission. But it is critical to us that this set of conditions that are number 7 in my packet be approved with this application because, again, it reflects what we're trying to seek now, not what we were trying to seek 6 months ago. I know when we were at the Planning Commission, you can ask Mr. Reese this tonight, they said, "Are you okay with these conditions?" And he said he was. So I hope he feels the same way tonight. And these, of course, were, as you heard, the conditions that the Planning Commission used to support its recommendation of approval to you. So again, we hope that you will recommend approval, or excuse me, approve both applications tonight, subject to these conditions, which are at page 7 of the application. I think I'll stop there. I'm sure there's some questions, so I'm happy to take those, and I'll reserve whatever time I have. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Reese, he has one set, you have a different set?
Yes, we were just trying to be consistent with what the Planning Commission was approving, what they approved at that meeting. But after some consultation with our zoning attorney, we as staff would not have a problem with the minor revisions that the applicant made.
So the staff recommendation is to approve?
Yes.
All 9.
And zoning, the Planning and Zoning Board approved it?
Yes.
So,
They
so what,
recommended approval with the conditions that are shown here differently. I mean, shown on the right side. But, I mean, yes, the recommendation's to approve, and the only difference was with,
It was 4-0. Mr. Reese, that's what you said originally?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
so are there people to speak
I think it
for
was,
this?
I think it was
Yes, ma'am.
3-0. We had 2 absent at P and Z.
Okay, all right.
I can add to that if you'd like. We went to the Planning Commission twice. So the first time we went just on the zoning application, and the Planning Commission recommended approval subject to these conditions on page 7. We went back for the variances. It's a long story, which I'm happy to explain if you'd like it. But we had to go back a month later because we added them late. We thought we could handle them a different way and weren't able to do that. So those two actions were separated in two different hearings about a month apart.
Okay.
Thank you.
But they were all approved?
Yes, everything we've asked for was approved by the planning commission.
Okay, let's, why don't you sit down for a second, and if we have people who are wanting to speak, let's listen to the citizens, please.
Kim Jackson. If you would, please come forward and state your name and your address for the record.
Kim Jackson, 5864 Jackson Road. What his little pictures doesn't show you, that little road, Beulah Road, it is backing up to somebody's house, and there's like 4 or 5 other houses right there. I would ask y'all to please not approve this. Y'all need to go out there and look. This is all rural farmland that's been in our family since the 40s, across the road from where this is going in, and we just ask you to not do that. Also, I want to question, if they go in, how much tax abatement are they gonna get? And thank you for your time.
What was her address again?
5864 Jackson Road.
5864 Jackson Road.
Okay, anybody else on?
No, sir, no one else has signed up for this case?
Mr. Reese, any comment about what Ms. Jackson said?
No comment.
Okay.
So I'll just start this off. I'm totally not comfortable with us approving this without an intergovernmental agreement with Butts County. You know, this is how we do that. This is how we've done it in the past. That's just the first thing. The second thing is, how does our overlay really affect this? Because it looks to me like they're asking us to change what the requirements are of our overlay to allow parking on the front and parking and truck parking on the front. This is really a hard paper to read. So, in looking at this and the others, it's hard for me to see exactly what part of this is in Butts County and has already been approved by Butts County. Because it is clear that there is just a small portion of the AKB overlay that touches their property. And I guess I don't really know because, Lord, that's so little. Where Wallace Road is beyond this little pink cover. And Wallace Road goes to, oh, I can't even read that. Anyway, I'm just trying to understand, if we make an exception here, when do we start, when the next person comes along and wants us to change the overlay? That's my first concern. The second concern is that if the majority, this is 25 acres that they're talking about that's in Spalding County. So how do we get past not enforcing our overlay? Which clearly, on the acreage that's in Spalding County, we have some road requirements. We have road requirements where if anybody's driving a truck, we require Dollar General to upgrade the road from wherever to get to where they are. I don't like the language that says we will super pave the road where we think is necessary. I think that needs to be more specific. That is what our ordinance is. Just for me, I don't think this is ready for me to vote on. That's just my opinion.
Can I ask about the economic impact? As far as do you have any figures as far as what is proposed that this would do for Spalding County?
I don't have them. I have an idea. Are you in a position to address that, Alex? In terms of the tax benefit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, without an intergovernmental agreement, because
Well, these are
goes
all,
right through.
right, well, these
We
are
don't
all
know
things
how
I
much
think
is
we
gonna
need
go
to
to
know,
us,
which
how much go to them.
intergov agreement, correct, and I know they're carrying majority of this, we know that, but there's, would still be some degree of impact that I would think that we would benefit from. I would just kinda like to know what that would look like for us.
I have an idea, but I'm reluctant to say
Sure,
it.
I
It's going to be
understand that.
significant,
I
I can
get
tell
it.
you that. So let me address a couple of these things. Number one, if you look back to page 7, the first condition says this is approved pending approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Spalding and Butts County. So we can't move forward until that happens. And I think there've been some conversations, I'm not certain, but I think there've already been some conversations on that front. We have a similar condition with Butts County, so we can't really move forward in either county until that is worked out between you two. So, and we're willing to take that risk on. In terms of the overlay, all I can really say on that is the overlay is focused on Arthur K. Bolton Parkway. You want it to look a certain way from the Parkway. We are way off the Parkway. So, if you go back to, let's see, page 3, which is the site plan, you'll notice that really the first variance relates to that parking area on the west side of Building 100. You see it down at the southernmost building. The closest point of that parking area is 1,200 feet off AKB. So we're talking about 4 football fields away. You're not going to see it from AKB. I understand, we had the same conversation at the Planning Commission about setting precedent along the Parkway, but variances are case-specific, right? You look at them individually on a case-by-case basis, and certainly we're not setting any precedent unless somebody happens to be 1,200 feet off the Parkway with a piece of property with no frontage on it, and coming in and asking for some changes. They'd have to have a significant piece of property like we do, where you can really hide these things from the traveling public. The area to the north, the loading docks on the north side of Building 200, which you see, are about half a mile off of AKB. So we are way off the Parkway. We've got 10 feet of a corner of a triangular lot that touches it. Really, but for that, we wouldn't have to do any of this. So that's the only reason we have gone back to the drawing board a number of times. There were other things we needed initially. We didn't realize we were in the AKB. That's why we had to go back to the Planning Commission. We thought the 10 feet was something that was basically forgivable or really could be worked out through a resurvey. But we weren't sure, so we went ahead and filed. But again, I don't think this doesn't establish precedent. If I were here on another matter on the AKB Parkway and I said, hey, will you let Hillwood do something, I'd want them to show that they don't have any frontage on the Parkway, and the 2 variances that they seek are literally thousands of feet off the Parkway. So I understand what you're saying. We had a similar conversation with the Planning Commission, but this is not going to set precedent for anything. We've got a very unique situation because 10 feet of a triangle happens to touch within 750 feet of the road. In terms of upgrading the road, so Dollar General had to put some super paving in. So on Jackson Road, there is a rather significant amount of super paving there already. That was a condition of their approval, way back when. We know that it doesn't quite go all the way up to our site, and so we've agreed to improve it to that point. I don't know that we have any more data on that now, but that's the kind of detail that would be dug into heavily at permitting. But we are committed to making sure that from AKB up to our driveway, there is super paving. And just so you know, that's the truck paving, right? That's a particular type of paving that's required for sort of the weight of the trucks. And I understand, we are not as specific as maybe even we'd like to be at this point, but I think, honestly, it helps the county. We're going to take it up to where we need to take it up. We promised to do that, and we'll have a conversation to define that, where that is during permitting.
Director Reese, what's our story on entrance and exits? We used to be really big on, and this has 1 entrance, 1 exit, combined.
Yes, it is. And that's going to be way off the AKB. This site's going to be.
Well, I'm more interested in the safety and all of that. We went through this pretty specifically on another site where we said we're required them to have a second entrance that fire deputies could be able to come into.
Yeah, it was like closed to them, but the sheriff's department could flash its whatever at it.
That was the HFG
Our general
property.
policy is, for us at least, or at least for mine was, there was always going to be an entrance and a separate exit, or entrance exit for them and a separate entrance exit for emergency ambulances and stuff.
That would be determined in the permitting process. Fire would be involved in the permitting process.
And we've had that conversation with Butts County. We've committed to a separate fire access. It will not be open to the employees or the folks coming in and out of the site. It's going to be something like Grass Creek with a rollover curb. But yes, Butts County raised the exact same question. We've committed to doing it. It just doesn't show in the site plan.
Okay.
Joe, but you got 25 acres that's in Spalding County that there is no access off the backside. That is my concern.
Well, even if they agreed to it with butts, it's not on a map, which means it's not ready.
Yeah. This isn't ready for us. My belief is this is not ready for us.
Okay, so what do we need to do, now, which I understand, and I agree.
don't
So,
want me to make
this is gonna come back, so what do we do to get it ready? What are we asking?
Yeah,
Table until
I think first,
Until then,
we
okay, I'm good
we
with that.
need to get the intergovernmental agreement signed to work this out. If they throw something in, and that's not, would not be unusual for us, that they say we need such and such, we've had to go through this before, that we need to get the intergovernmental agreement signed first. Then we'll talk about what we allow inside of our county.
And I say the same things to my kids, like, mommy said I can do this, and then they go to mommy and go, daddy said I can do this, and you go, wait a minute. Like, mommy and daddy need to sit down and agree, and then we decide. And that's kind of, I mean, I hate to say mommy and daddy, but like,
Right.
that's why we have intergovernmental agreements up front.
Yeah, and to see, and I'm very interested, I'm sure we all are, is what these numbers are gonna look like for us too.
All right, do I have a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Thank you.
What is the direction?
And
Come back with the intergovernmental agreement, and I'm gonna go to the lady's house that was here before.
Yeah, I'll drive it.
And I do wanna see
Kim Jackson.
what Beulah looks like and what houses are in that area.
I will be glad to take you.
Whoa.
I got your address.
Yep, we got it. We'll
Yeah,
work that.
yeah. I
to
just-
be able
I
to
wanna
do
be
that.
able to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, and bring this back to us once we have the intergovernmental agreement signed. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Which means.
When do we come back?
When the intergovernmental agreement is signed.
Dan, what is the status with the intergovernmental agreement? I mean, you have a development agreement in draft that we've seen with Butts County.
Yeah, that's been finalized and executed.
Okay, that is now finalized, okay. And you
Yes,
know,
sir.
we had some issues on that because it granted variances without going through a process to grant a variance.
Correct.
Which is the reason we ask you to come back and do variances. What is the status of the intergovernmental, of an intergovernmental agreement with Butts County? Is Andy Welch drafting that?
I'm sort of out of the loop on that. All I know is from the very beginning, we've discussed the fact that there will be a intergovernmental agreement between Butts and Spalding. We will not participate in that, obviously. I don't know the status, and I hope I'll be finding out tomorrow morning because we don't have time to wait indefinitely. I mean, it'll kill this project, but we can.
Well, I think our next meeting would be the 1st of December, right? Because that's where the next zoning meeting is gonna be incorporated in that first meeting.
Right.
That's correct.
They have it by then, they can come back.
So it'd be the first Monday of the month.
If it's signed by then, come on.
Which would be right after Thanksgiving, that first
Okay.
Monday.
And you heard the comment about entrance and exit.
Well, wouldn't we have to vote on an intergovernmental agreement?
Yes.
You
So
will.
it'd have to at least be January.
So, and also, I would like
Because we would
to
have to
see,
vote on the intergovernmental agreement
We
first.
could do that first and then go to the zoning.
I guess that's true.
so I would also like to see what it is that's on the other side of this. I know this is ours, this information is about us, but I wanna look to see what it looks like on the Butts County side. Cause I think you can't really figure, I mean, there is an
Oh,
entrance
okay.
and an exit. What's that side looking like compared to what we got on our side? So yeah,
Yep.
I'd like to see that.
All right. We all
Okay.
square?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 2, application 23-11Z, Lester Renew, owner, 132 Wanee Road, approximately 5.33 acres located in land lot 10 of the Second Land District. The applicant requests approval to rezone from R2, Single Family Residential District, to C1C, Light Commercial. This property is also located within the Arthur K. Bolton overlay. Director Reese?
Yes, the applicant submitted a plan with the title of Conceptual Master Plan for Commercial Plan Development, Wanee Road, submitted July 20, 2023, prepared by Paragon Consulting Group. This satisfies the requirements of Section 2204, and any rezoning must be conditioned upon this site plan. This requirement has been satisfied. Section 2205A sets forth the rezoning districts to which property in the AKB may be rezoned. The proposed zoning is C1C, a zoning district allowed within the AKB. This requirement is satisfied. Section 2205B requires a pre-application conference with the rezoning administrator and the chairman of Planning Commission. A conference was conducted that included the applicant, Community Development Director, and Mr. Yeomans, Planning Commission Chairman, on June 14th, 2023. Section 2205C sets forth the requirements for a development site plan. All of those requirements have been satisfied. Staff recommendation is for approval with the following conditions. Rezoning conditioned upon conceptual master plan for commercial planned development, Wani Road, submitted July 20, 2023. 50-foot undisturbed buffers along Georgia State Route 16 and a 25-foot undisturbed buffer on the rear and side property. Within that AKB ordinance, if I might add, a landscape plan has to be submitted before there's any issuance of a permit. Condition 3, box trucks shall exit the development to the left towards Georgia State Route 16. On September 26, 2023, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of application 23-11Z with the following added condition. The applicant shall consult with Public Works to determine if a right lane into the development will be necessary.
Okay. Do we have a,
I believe the applicant is here.
okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Buffington, and I live at 103 Garden Circle, Milner. If we'll get the site plan up here in a minute, I'll go through this master plan.
Jeremy, pull that mic close, we can hardly hear you.
Sorry. How's that better?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Keep going, I don't think, is this it? This is the last one, isn't it?
Is this it, Jeremy?
This is the last one, I think.
No, that's the other
The
one.
last one. Keep going. Keep going.
About 200 pages on the last one.
So everybody
on the
understands
last
why
one.
we're getting this up. If you go to our website, all this stuff is available to you to look at, and we look at it before we come to the meeting. So you see all this stuff and hundreds of pages of it that we review before we walk in here to be able to look at it.
Keep going. This is all still the last one. Maybe, I think this is our, oh, that was it.
Oh, oh.
That was it, that was it. Up, up, up.
If you have the application in front of you, I got
You have to wait.
go by here if I can do my best to walk you through it,
A little bit more.
if you'd like.
These.
I think so.
Wani Road is to the south of AKB?
That's correct.
Okay.
It intersects.
May we ask a question?
Yes, yes.
Did they meet all the AKB overlay requirements?
Yes.
Okay, is there because I see this comes off on Wani Road, what does our sidewalk requirement do for this?
Is there AKB sidewalk?
I don't know,
Well-
because he's fully in AKB, right? So
Yes.
it doesn't really work in AKB.
There would.
Looked out, okay.
Right.
All right.
All right. Go ahead,
Hey,
sir.
I'm just asking.
No, no,
I would never call you a sidewalk, you called yourself that last time.
The sidewalk Nazi.
That's it?
That's it.
Where's the road?
Juani's to the right.
Is this set up north? So,
Do you need it bigger?
so it's on the south side of AKB?
Mm-hmm.
So that's AKB right there on the.
Correct.
Yeah, so,
And then what's-
just
and
to
then
give
that's
you an overview of the
Wani?
site here, we're located on the southwest corner of Wani Road and Arthur K. Bolton Parkway, running across the north side of your page here, which is the top. And then Wani Road running north-south on the right-hand side of the development. Access being off of Wani Road, and as you enter the development, you know, parking on and vehicular access on the right and left sides and down the center between the two buildings in the development. And then, you know, loading areas on the backside shared between the two buildings. We have a 30,000 square foot building on the north side of the property there. And the use for that building it'll be for a company that equips first responders vehicles. So local first responder vehicles are brought in and they put, you know, lights and whatever equipment they need to operate during their daily process. The south side of the property is a 20,000 square foot building, office warehouse use. We have potential for future development access on the south side of the property, and that's leaving right down here and also back here in the rear to the west. Currently, these are owned by individuals, but not our owner. So until that property is developed, those will be used in the future. The site slopes from Wani Road to the back, so we've got two stormwater facilities back here in the back where we'll capture stormwater. It'll be treated. We've also shown our halos for our wells because this does not have a municipal water system. And also the green areas above the building here and below the building on the south side are for septic on-site systems. So we don't have sewer or water available.
You don't have water out there?
Nope.
I needed to ask the chairman of the water authority, what's the problem? Because it was a rumor going around that 98% of the county was watered already.
That's correct. There's water on the north side of Highway 16 that travels out toward Butts County, but they would have to bore across the road and down Wani in order to satisfy the water requirement. Is that correct, Jeremy?
When you're saying they, the water authority or
The developers.
the Buffington?
The developers.
The developer.
Okay.
James, go ahead.
So we're looking at this map here, and on the north side of the north building and the south side of the south building, there's these green areas labeled septic absorption fields.
Yeah, this is what I was just talking about. We have the wells for water, and then the septic, there'll be on-site treatment systems. They're absorption fields, septic systems for,
So
essentially.
you'll have a septic tank for each building?
That's right.
Okay, so this isn't the open fields that the city was approving for those apartments, but like actual like tanks that will be pumped.
No, it's a
Just
drain-
works like,
field?
okay, so just like a residential system, sewer system leaves the house, hits the septic tank, it's held in the septic tank,
And it's the
effluent
overflow.
leaves, and then it's to the absorption field, and the absorption field is sized to handle the development.
Right. So those green fields are just this, basically the spray fields, what they used to call the spray fields, where the fluent goes out, just like it would at your house if you had a septic tank.
Yeah, essentially, but it's not sprayed, it's underground. It just
Yeah.
leaches in.
And I mean, I know that it's different if you know, based on how many people you expect to be in the building, but I guess I'm kind of confused because I don't know where the front of that building is.
The front of both of the buildings face Wani Road, so the front's here and here on both buildings. So
Okay.
those two main parking lots serving the front of the buildings.
So would those buildings have like big trucks?
No, these are gonna be serviced by box trucks mainly. They're expecting parts and pieces to come in on box trucks. They're not actually dock doors. They just pull it off the truck and then roll it into the facility.
So the reason I'm asking that is because we just made this huge deal about the AKB overlay and not having parking in front. So I need to be clarified on, since they were asked, the other applicant was asking for a variance not to have parking in the front. Aren't we having parking in the front? Is he asking for parking in
Well,
the front?
but I think the parking is about like trucks and stuff. This is like.
Yeah, this is not gonna be,
Like
you
non-commercial.
said box trucks, correct? And this is facing Wani Road, not the AKB.
So that's, see, I was
But
thinking.
it's in the AKB
I was
overlay,
thinking
right?
Yes,
it's
it's in the
the front
AKB
of the
overlay, yes.
building, not the front of AKB.
Right.
So, clarify that for me. Is it actually the front of the construction, or is that if the front is facing AKB? Because if you drive into the front and this is the front of the office, and you come into the front of the office off Wani Road, I'm thinking that's the front of the building. So I don't expect to see truck parking facing Wani Road. So I'm just trying to understand, because this other gentleman was here, and clearly his parking wasn't necessarily facing AKB, but it was way off. But what does the actual overlay policy says? Because as I look at this, that would mean that
Well, to
he's really
clarify,
not supposed to have employee parking in the front.
we're not parking trucks in the front of the building. We're parking cars in the front of the building. The trucks will be coming into the back of the buildings back here and utilizing this space, which is our loading areas for each building. But these are your typical parking spaces for, employees and patrons that visit the facility.
Okay, I guess I need to go back and read that, because I was thinking that parking in the front, they asked for a variance for parking in the front. I'm assuming they're saying, the last applicant, they're talking about car parking. So if they had to get a variance to allow that, how is that different than this?
2209, section 2209, dealing with parking, says all parking areas shall be covered with plant mix asphalt or concrete surface, and all driveways shall be similarly paved. All other parking shall be located in the rear of any building. Now, let's talk about the one you just had. Okay. We suggested that he request a variance, essentially for parking, essentially as a protective measure. And the reason is because he has frontage on 3 roads. I don't know under the ordinance what constitutes parking in front, back, or to the side. So the recommendation was that a variance be requested so that wherever they wanted parking could be identified and approved by y'all. Now, the reason we did that there is because Butts County approved variances not by action of their board, but by a term in a development agreement. In other words, they varied their requirements by a contract rather than an action of their board. And we would not allow that to occur. Okay? Now, in this case, you can make the argument, it says, all parking areas shall be covered with plant mix asphalt or concrete, and all driveways shall be paved. All other parking shall be located in the rear of any building.
So we're assuming that the parking that you're talking about with the pavement and the landscaping is POV parking. I'm saying that's what it sounds like you're saying, but it doesn't say that, and then it says all other parking, which I don't.
POB?
Privately owned vehicle, POV.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Army.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's good.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's okay, no.
So, but that's the difference in these two. Now, while we're talking, can I talk about sidewalks?
Sure.
Okay.
Even though I know we're not supposed to have them down there.
Well, all right, let's walk through the road requirement. Because AKB is a limited access road, if you look at section 2206 in the zoning ordinance, No additional streets shall, or the section is called Intersections with Georgia Highway 16. No additional streets shall be developed which require an intersection with Georgia Highway 16 throughout AKB. And Wani Road is one of those. Now, in this instance, and what we go further is require that if somebody develops that's at an intersection, they provide within their plan means for an access road to go down the rest of the frontage, and they have to agree to contribute to assist with its construction. Now, that's not being required here. Do we have an aerial map, Kathy?
Is Wani Road dirt?
No.
Oh, okay.
At least the intersection at AKB is not dirt.
Not dirt.
Bring up Google Map and just show it from Google Map.
While we're doing that, and we're looking, Director Reese, what's our thoughts on green inside the AKB? We started talking about Lakes of Green Valley, then a contingent two as we start moving around. Are we moving towards green on everything inside of AKB?
Yes, it's actually, well, a landscape plan is required before any permit is issued. So there will have to be a licensed landscape architect that presents a landscape plan based on the requirements of the AKB presented to our staff before they move forward with anything.
Kathy,
Yes.
pull up Charles' staff, the first page of Charles' staff report.
Go back to like 395.
I didn't
that's
mean to
got
get
the
us off
picture.
track. I was just trying to, while we were
No,
waiting
you're
for
fine.
the computer system to pop up.
397.
Yeah, I didn't quite get that far, but we do have that buffer shown on AKB here, that 50-foot buffer, which is actually much more with the right-of-way and what's in GDOT. But then we gave us the
There we go.
25 on the sides and the rear. But
Can you
there is a
enlarge that?
conceptual landscape plan associated with that master plan. I didn't quite get into that yet, but I'll be the one that handles that for the client when we do make that submittal.
Lester does not have to provide future right-of-way, because if you will look just to the west of his lot, there is already a curb cut that is serving those tracks coming off of AKB. When AKB was built, and as you drive along AKB, you will see at certain points, in order to access what are now residential lots, these curb cuts and cul-de-sacs are built on both sides of the road. So we took the position that that cul-de-sac would provide access to the interior lots from Wani Road such that the Renew development did not have to provide right-of-way.
Where's the cul-de-sac?
It's the little bubble.
It's right here.
At the, okay, right there, but that's dead end, right?
Access road, right?
That's correct. That's the access road that would be developed if somebody comes along and develops the lots to the west of Wani.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Now, now this gets back to sidewalks, because of that, there is no requirement for sidewalks in AKB with one exception. And there are three types of developments that are allowed in AKB: a planned residential development, a planned commercial development, and a planned industrial development. Sidewalks are required on the interior streets of a residential development on AKB.
Okay.
Okay.
So the sidewalk in AKB is gonna have to be, if you have them, on the interior side of the
Okay.
frontage road.
Okay.
If I may read the actual requirement for landscape, you find under, give me a second, under section 2208, under planned commercial development standards in AKB, under item J, a landscape plan is required for the site and shall be fully implemented prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, if not feasible to complete landscaping due to weather conditions or other extenuating circumstances, the owner shall post a performance bond or other acceptable security in an amount equal to 110% of the cost of the landscaping improvements which remain incomplete. The owner must complete the required improvements in a satisfactory manner within 6 months.
Maybe my definition of green is not, this is a issue with landscape. My definition of green is a little broader than that.
Are you talking LEED
Materials.
certified requirements?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, like, sort of like the industrial.
yeah.
Okay. We do not have a LEED certified requirement in the
The
AKB
AKB.
ordinance.
Okay.
They only have-
We can definitely add it.
We can add it, but the development authority imposed that through their covenants.
And we carried it on to the next site that's tangent to, right?
The site next door.
The site
I
next
think
door.
that's, I
we-
think we did.
Green Valley,
Yeah, okay. We can talk about that later, because I'm pretty big on
The
that.
development standards for the industrial park be consistent?
Yes.
Well, it was such a positive reason why all those companies came here so quickly, is this is the only green industrial park in the
Cool.
southeastern United States, so that, when the private industry came in next door and said, we want to be able to call ourselves green too, can you please give us those requirements? They wanted it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it,
We know exactly what you all need now.
okay, we're good. All right, anything else from you, sir?
No, I think that's it, unless you got any more questions for me.
Was there somebody to
Yes,
speak?
can I ask?
So,
No, ma'am.
so I just wanted to understand, the thing that I was fussing at the other people about the driveway is really not relevant, because you can have customer parking on the front.
Yeah.
So you really didn't need to ask for a variance for customer parking, because they asked for parking and for truck parking.
The last guy was asking for truck.
Right. And then the truck parking, because they're not really on AKB. Yeah, okay, got it.
Well, on that other, let me say one thing, I was gonna jump in. The ordinance provides if any part of the tract is in AKB, the whole tract is in AKB. It doesn't matter that it fronts on AKB. So that's the reason they come in and have to comply with AKB.
Okay.
And AKB's restrictions are much better than just the C1C general standard.
Yeah, I really feel like we need to hold ourselves to the AKB overlay.
It's good to know.
We agree.
Thank you for that.
I agree, at least, okay.
If there was nobody here to speak, no other comments, I'd like to make a motion.
And hold it, just, Director, you all are recommending approval
Yes.
with what we've got?
Yes.
And you're okay with all that's business?
Yep.
Okay, all right?
Did we have
I didn't see any
restrictions?
conditions.
What about-
Conditions imposed by you guys?
Yes, I can read them.
Okay, this is my motion.
Well, I'm also worried about the sight lines, because there's a house here and there's a house, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And so if they're just gonna put their ponds right there, then their light's gonna go straight in, you know what I'm saying? It's the same over here.
all right.
I'm worried about
So
the
light,
buffer.
sight,
They might have a condition.
is a condition about sight, light sighting, direction of lighting, and
Green
about,
buffer.
about buffering?
You can
Yeah,
add-
I
you can-
saw that.
You could add that condition.
Okay.
So they don't have one.
No, they have the 50-foot undisturbed
Yeah, we have 50-foot. You want me to read the conditions? I can read them.
They're on your screen now.
That's, okay, is that what, these are
I can read them out loud.
these are the four?
So.
Yes.
Before you read, let me just ask you this. There's 500 feet from the middle of the road to where the actual development overlay starts, right? From AKB?
750.
750.
The overlay starts at the right-of-way.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so
And
500
goes
feet from.
750 feet back.
Okay, so on here, on the staff recommendations, there's a request for a 50-foot undisturbed buffer on SR 16 and 25-foot undisturbed on the rear and side. I think that the rear and side, because there's people living there, should
Yeah.
take the monster of the vegetative buffer because it's already so much on the front anyway, and you're so far from the road. I mean, there's clearly a house that's on the western side of that lot. I don't know how that would affect their development, but I think that if we were trying to create a buffer that would buffer residential property or private property, it would be more, for me, it would be much more important that we protected neighbors and people's homes rather than protecting Highway 16. Because it has a 750-foot buffer.
Well, the 50-foot buffer is a requirement for AKB overlay. That is part of the overlay requirements, is the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah, these
So
conditions were to be consistent with the overlay
We have
ordinance.
to abide by that, as well as the 25-foot buffers for the
Right.
residences.
Right.
To the south, you've got an even bigger buffer, with the property to the south being even more wooded and not developed. But, and to the west, it's similar conditions, but you got a 25-foot buffer there that's got to be undisturbed.
You want to make it 50-foot all the way around?
Well, I would at least want 50 foot on that one side. I don't know how that's gonna disturb his site plan, but those people may never develop, but they have a house there, and so, yeah. Would that be a problem?
I think
mean,
it's
you
gonna
gotta
have,
ask
I think it's gonna have a pretty big impact on the area of the site we can develop. We are wedged in there pretty well as far as.
Show us the land again, how much green space, Kathy, if you could. I mean, I know we said a 25-foot buffer, but, you'll have site lighting and,
The site lighting will be down lighting as well, so that's going straight down at the parking lots.
okay, so, and you have a 25-foot hole in the ground that'll be between that and. So is that already treed? Is it fully forested on the west side?
It is wooded, the whole track is pretty much wooded, and we can landscape those ponds as well. I mean, we'll have some landscape around that,
Well,
Trees around it, probably fine. Yeah, we're talking mainly about disturbing citizens. That's what our issue is.
I get it, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, lighting, noise, stuff like that.
Mhm.
We're very concerned about making sure that the buffer is wide enough to be able to not do that.
I mean, because even when we were out on Wallace Road and they were talking about that property, they said, okay, we're gonna have 25 feet no, we're not gonna cut anything down. But then when we rode out there, it was like one tree and some bushes, and you can just look right through and see where the thing was.
It's an undisturbed buffer.
So, but I'm just saying, so I would feel better if I knew that it was fully forested and that was what 25 feet was.
It is definitely wooded.
Okay.
If you could bring up the overhead view of the Google Earth again, the whole site's wooded.
And also remember.
My concern is being able to find enough space, and we're abiding by the ordinance that what you requested, we gave you.
We
And that's,
agree.
we're adding more hardship to the developer by pushing him even back farther.
And the 50 feet on the front is not a buffer. It is a landscaped area, okay? It is intended to be landscaped, to be it's not necessarily, I guess you could leave it
Not
natural.
necessarily tree.
Right.
Because there's no need for a buffer I know we got that space, but in reality, there's really not a
50 feet
need.
is a landscaped area, not a
Right.
buffer. The buffer is on the rear at 25 feet. That's what the ordinance requires.
Will it kill you if y'all went, could you ask your folks
Put a line of trees or something.
to put,
South
either,
and west?
what
We can
about,
get the trees
where
in.
are we, 25, 35, another 10 feet? I just feel like we need to have that extra
Well,
insurance.
because right now, if you look at this, that's already, that sort of gray is that 25-foot buffer that we're asking for. But if, on the inside of that, y'all dropped another line of trees,
Yeah.
Okay, then.
You follow me? Because then we're gonna have the undisturbed buffer plus a planted buffer, you know what I mean, like.
Okay. All right,
So we would like to ask you to make it that?
Add that condition,
all right.
a line of site buffering.
You're good with that, Director?
Can you put that in a motion?
Okay, all right.
Okay, now we can go back to the page that tells what the requirements are, the recommendations from.
Ms. Gwen, are you doing this?
Okay, I will make a motion to approve, application number 2311Z, which is a rezoning from, R2 Single Family Residential to C1C Light Commercial at 132 Wanny Road, approximately 5.33 acres located in Land Lot 10 of the Second Land District with the following conditions. Rezoning, one, rezoning condition upon conceptual master plan of commercial plan development, Wanny Road, July 2023, a 50-foot undisturbed buffer along Georgia SR 16 and a 25-foot undisturbed buffer on the rear and side property with a line of trees planted on the western buffer. West-hand side. Number 3, box trucks shall exit the development to the left towards Georgia SR 16. And on September, blah, 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 blah. Number 4, applicant developer shall consult with Public Works to determine if a right lane into the development will be necessary.
Second. All right, okay. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Item number 3, application 2324Z, Qualified Home Solutions LLC, owner Troy Beckman, agent 3000 S 6th Street, approximately 7.095 acres located in land lot 184 in the 2nd District. The applicant requests a rezoning from AR1 Agriculture and Residential to AR1 Single Family Low Density. This will allow the applicant to subdivide the lot into 3 individual parcels. Director?
Yes, real simple. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Minimum house size shall be 2,000 heated square feet. No vinyl siding. Lots 2 and 3 shall require a plan to mitigate any stormwater runoff. The plan shall be presented to staff for approval before building permits are applied for. On October 24, 2023, the Planning Commission did recommend denial of application 23-24Z.
Denied.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
For what reasons?
What was the reason? Did they give a reason?
Well, they thought the reason would be that he should be able to just to build 2 lots
Okay.
instead of 3.
All right. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay. Please step forward and give us your name and address, and then
Troy Beckham Sr., 1866 Highway 362 West in Williamson, Georgia.
okay, thank you, sir.
We are here today to ask the board to grant the rezoning of the property. We are asking to be accepted for 3 lots with the exception of 2. On our previous meeting, we did have some concerns from some citizens, one being the danger of the driveways going into County Line Road. 2, the immediate draining area being a flood zone, which it plainly states on the plat and also on the tax assessors that it is not per FEMA in the 100-year floodplain. We're here to ask the Board of Commissioners to consider rezoning it to R1 so that we can build 3 homes versus 2. On the site plan that we submitted the proposed home placements to ensure that we will not be disturbing the green space / drain because it is not even a ditch. As a matter of fact, my surveyor specified it as a dry drain, not holding water. Of course, we haven't had rain in some substantial amount of time, but I couldn't see it holding water for more than 48 hours. As far as the concerns with the danger on to County Line Road, there are several driveways on County Line Road. I did a measurement, and if you look at the plat as well, from the crest of the hill coming from, it would be the east, from the stop sign, It is almost 1,400 feet from the crest to the stop sign. It is almost 800 feet to the middle driveway that you're looking at on the site plan. Now, the concern with the one on the it would be the far east side, that would be the closest one to the crest, but even it is almost 600 feet. Now, 850 County Line Road, it sits at the crest of the actual incline or decline if they're looking out the left coming out of their drive. I understand the concern, but there are several driveways there that already have been approved, been built on, and they have the same entail. Again, we are not looking to disturb any of the green space or the drain for the neighboring property in the back. We are looking to do 2,000 to 2,500 square feet home that will stay within the property values in the surrounding area. So we are not looking to disturb or take anything from other citizens' property values. And with that being said, we just ask that the commission would consider rezoning it to R1.
Okay, all right, Doctor, thank you. Take your seat, we'll have you come back up again.
Yes, sir. A number of people have signed up this evening. Morgan Fordham.
Yes, I'm Morgan Fordham. I live at 2060 South 6th Street Extension. Okay, the land when he bought it was AR1. Okay, all the neighbors on down County Line Road and South 6th Street through Maddox Road, all the land is AR1. We bought our houses. I grow hay. Some of my neighbors have horses. Okay, we've abided by the covenants and the restrictions of AR1 for years and years. I've been there 35 years. Okay, now a couple of my neighbors are here, and they will address the other issues as far as water in the land. But why should you change the zoning when it can create all kind of problems, when right across the street you have Kingston Estates, which are R1, and there are plenty of lots available there. And right down the street, there's Flint Mill, and there are plenty of lots available there, and they are R1. So there's no good reason to change the zoning. In fact, the only person it benefits by changing the zoning is him. The neighbors across the street from me don't want it. The neighborhoods in the Runnymede don't want it. And none of us want it, okay? So I'm asking you to back up the zoning commission's denial of changing the zoning. Thank you.
Lindsay Mogget. I'll take your word for it, and I'm glad you corrected me. Thank you very much.
I'm Lindsay Mouche. I'm at 109 Runnymede Road. I see some familiar faces here, so I'm just the warm-up. I'm not the science behind it. I'm actually the sentimentality behind it. The issue I have is mostly sentimental. I hope that counts for something. But my family has been on Runnymede since the 1970s. And you could say that I'm a child of the woods and of the pastures of that area, because growing up, there was nothing but cows and woods and farmland. So we have seen a fair amount of growth out there. We do have 2 new subdivisions that are in front of and behind Runnymede now, which we fought the good fight. But unfortunately, that was there too. They were able to get that passed. However, those people that live in those areas, they respect the integrity of the area. And they respected the integrity of the area, but by not changing the zoning. And I think this is a huge infringement on the mutual respect of the people who live in that area. So we've already got a bad taste in our mouth for those houses going up. So hopefully we wouldn't have a bad taste in our mouth about the people who actually move in there. But what you're going to hear tonight are people, I hope Mr. Bug, are you going to speak, Mr. Bug? He's going to talk about the water that happens there. I know it seems like not a big deal, but I really encourage every single one of you to go out there, because there is aquatic plant life that's down there. So if there's not water down there and it's dry, then I don't see the science behind aquatic plant life growing back there. But these days we're denying a whole lot of science, aren't we?
The danger of the intersection, I lost a classmate there. So it's not illegitimate. You'll see a little cross and some little flowers right there at that intersection. And the reason why we have those flashing lights there is to make people stop and pay attention at that intersection. Those lights on the stop signs aren't there just for willy-nilly. It also sets a precedent. You know, once we do this, what else is gonna come? What else do we have to accommodate? We're just good old folks. We wanted to live in a rural area, and unfortunately, we're the suburbs now. And people are coming in, like everybody else said, they're coming in from all these other places, and they're buying sight unseen, actually. Sight unseen, and can pay the exorbitant amounts of money. That's why our housing prices are going up. That's going, gosh, we could go back and talk about the millage rate with that too. So anyway, these people who have signed up to speak after me, like I said, I'm just the warm up, the sentimentality behind it. Been in those woods so long. I know that there are swamps back there. I actually sank up to my thighs. It's pretty bad.
Robert Bugg.
That's all right, that's all right.
Robert Bugg, 2090 South 6th Street Extension, so my property line does adjoin. So I've got a vested interest in this, but what I'd like to say is I think it's obvious that the neighbors would not like to see this. Everything that is north of county line, everything that is east of 6th Street and around the circle is zone AR1. And virtually everyone has done this where their parcel has just simply one home on there. So I realize with AR1 that he has the right to build 2 homes in there. To address the water, what I did is I've kind of given you a handout. This is the dry season. And if you look right in there where it says CIB in that wood line, the wood line is approximately 4.1 acres, and that's shared between the 2 properties. And 1.6 of those acres are actually on our property, and the 2.6 acres is on the undeveloped property. I did talk to TJ with Public Works, and that is a cross drain down there. There is a culvert pipe that goes up underneath County Line Road, and the water runoff is into Lamar County. So at some point in time, whether there's an agreement that was found or not found, the water was running downhill. If you look at this during the wet season or the growing season, there is just about always standing water down there. They've not had to come out and clean the culvert pipe at all because it puddles and pools and backs up towards our house. So I'm very concerned about the water runoff. There's a 10-foot drop off the contour maps from the west side of his property down into this cross drainage basin. And that basin serves as a catch basin for about 11 acres of land, which includes the land that Mr. Beckham bought, the land that we reside on, and my neighbor, Mr. Fordham. And I would ask that the commissioners really consider that. You're not going to see it right now. If you stood on County Line Road and if you look to the south into Lamar County, about 50 yards down, you can see some of the silt and a little bit of the standing water that's still left from this summer. And if any of you have ever had water back up when a developer is either there or gone, it can actually be a nightmare for people who live in a neighborhood of where anyone could possibly seek recourse. But he certainly is able to build his 2 homes with AR1, and we would hope and pray that y'all don't change the consistency of the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Mr. Kent Buggs?
Hello, my name is Kent Bugg. I live at 838 East Maddox Road now. This property that we're talking about is where I grew up. So I know this gentleman here made several points that I took a few notes on. I think you claimed that you said it would hold water no longer than 48 hours. I can contest that this is absolutely false. Growing up there with friends, I mean, had John boats in there floating around with trolling motors, canoes, various different things. So the water issue is alive, and I mean it is an issue. Whether it shows none now, I mean I fine, but to say that it stays no longer than 48 hours, I mean there's no real truth to that. You know, aside from that, I think several driveways that he mentioned on county line as far as being dangerous. You know, from my point of view here, it's like, okay, so if we already have dangerous driveways there now, all we're doing is just contributing to the problem further by adding more. You know, my last point would be, you know, on the water, I mean, there's probably a reason that property where this development is, you know, trying to be placed has been unused for homes in the past. I mean, ever since we've moved there, or I live there, I mean, that land is sat, and based on what's been described here, you know, it would make sense as to why it's sat, because it's not to be built on. I mean, it's just not the place. There's plenty of other places around that area where lots are available. There's no wetlands, no standing water. So, you know, I would love to see the area stay the way it's been. Living just around the corner, throwing houses up, you know, that close together, you know, I wonder about the value of my home that I bought. And I'm sure the folks sitting here would, you know, worry about the same thing. 2,000 square foot luxury homes is probably not the best idea in that location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Book.
Robert Sullins? Robert Sullins? Frank Harris?
My name is B. Frank Harris. I live at 1881 South 6th Street Extension, 302245367. I'm here tonight basically to bring the board some information on how the Planning Commission, of which I am a member, developed the particular recommendation that we did. First off, when you ask for property to be rezoned, one of the main questions is there not a viable interest or way to develop the property as it currently stands? There is no problem at all with him building the 2 houses there. I don't know anything at all about the financial situation as to how much he paid for the property, whether somebody had convinced him ahead of time that you could build 3 houses there. I'm not privy to any of that information. But when the applicant first stood up and the Planning Commission asked why he wanted that rezoned, he says, I need to do it for the money. And that's not exactly the term that he used, but that's one of the criteria that you cannot use in rezoning. For property to be rezoned, you have to have a way to prove that there is no current use for the property the way it is. You also have to take into consideration what that rezoning will do to the neighborhood or to existing neighbors. So that basically is the mindset that we developed when we recommended that the applicants be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Mr. Chairman, no one else has signed up for this case.
All right, comments back to you, Director?
Again, the Planning Commission did recommend denial. Staff had recommended approval with the following conditions. Give me just a second. Again, those conditions was minimum house size shall be 2,000 heated square feet, no vinyl siding. Lots 2 and 3 shall require a plan to mitigate any runoff. The plan shall be presented to staff for approval before building permits are applied for. Those were staff recommendations.
Okay. 2,000, no vinyl. Lots 2 and 3 shall require a plan to mitigate any runoff. Plan shall be presented to staff for
Vinyl
approval.
siding's against our current code, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Vinyl siding's against our current code completely, right?
It is. We just wanted to emphasize that.
Okay. Other questions or comments from the commissioners?
We ready? Motion to deny.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Nope.
All right, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion is denied, application is denied.
Travesty, I bought property in Spalding County. That's what I have to say.
Item number
Travis, you
4.
can't not be rude.
Okay, let's.
Application 23-15Z, Ian Koch, owner, 992 Mallory Road, approximately 19.18 acres located in land lot 22 of the 2nd Land District. The applicant, excuse me, if you all would take your conversations outside, we still have stuff to do in here. Business, thank you. The applicant requests rezoning from R2, Single Family Residential District, to AR1, Agriculture and Residential. Director.
Yes, the property is currently zoned R2 for single-family residential district. Properties adjacent to the site are also R2, single-family residential, AR1, and R4 for single-family district. This would be considered a down zoning, but the property is approximately 19 acres. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. I believe the applicant would want to one day develop the site for a barn dominium, and barn dominiums are allowed under AR1 as a special exception. And so as condition for approval, before applying for a building permit, the applicant would have to receive approval of a special exception to be allowed to build a barn dominium. And we do have standards in our ordinance for building a barn dominium.
Okay. And, all right, is the applicant here?
Making sure that's okay. Do we is there a sheriff's deputy still here?
He's, I think,
I think Mark was out there.
I know.
and the sheriff deputy went outside
Okay.
with that guy.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, he walked
There's not
outside
an
with
issue
him,
going
yes.
on.
All right, is the applicant here?
Is there
I
anyone
believe
speaking
so.
for or against?
There is not, no ma'am.
Okay.
And staff recommends approval with those conditions.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve application 23-15Z, rezoning from R2 Single Family Residential District to AR1 Agricultural and Residential.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
I'm always excited to go to R1.
With
I mean,
AR1,
AR1. With condition.
All right, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. 5-0, unanimous. All right, application number 5, Belinda Ligon, owner, Maurice Ligon, agent, 4350 Fayetteville Road, approximately .57 acres, located in land lot 111 of the 4th District. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a home occupation general to be able to operate a gunsmith. Director?
Yes, again, this is a special exception for a gunsmithing home occupation. Granting this special exception will not be detrimental to the adjacent property or neighborhood, according to the application. Staff does not foresee any adverse effect on the health or safety of the residents. Additionally, Mr. Ligon will also be required to meet ATF requirements. Staff does not see the proposed use causing any depreciation or damages to the adjacent properties. Granting the special exception should not have any adverse effects on the existing use of the property or adjacent properties. Granting the special exception will bring the use as proposed into compliance with the Spalding County zoning ordinance, as will with ATF requirements. Final recommendation, staff recommends conditional approval with the following conditions: no exterior signage, fire marshal inspections of the premise is required. Any felony conviction must be reported within 10 business days. I believe the applicant is here to take any questions.
This is the same, to get in line with the ATF requirement, right? You're not,
Correct.
right. This is the same kind of stuff we've done like
Yes.
4 or 5 times.
Yes.
This is not new for you.
No.
Okay.
And the planning commission did recommend approval.
Okay. Have you got any comments you need? Ready to go. We've done this a number of times before, so, all right.
I got questions. Of course,
Yes.
I got questions. I read through the entire paperwork, and in several places, there would be minimal firearms. In other places, there will be no firearms kept on site. And then there was another place that said there will be limited firearms kept on site. So, I always ask the same question. How can you gunsmith without firing the gun? Because that is my concern, is that there will be gunfire on a regular basis during repairing. So if you can share that with me, because you clearly live in a
I
neighborhood.
can explain to you. My brother's a gunsmith. And if you get one part of a gun, another part of a gun, and put them together, the ATF makes you get the qualification as a gunsmith. He's not hammer and anvil smithing a gun. He's
No,
not-
no, I'm
if he
saying,
gets
how do
one
you
part of a
know
gun
if
and
it's
goes,
working?
Click.
You mean she's gotta fire it first and know that it's actually,
Well, that's what I'm
No.
saying.
so you
So
don't
you
fire
put a
it.
gun together, you don't have to fire it. You just put it together and, or if you're
There's
fixing it.
there's one pin. Click. And he's a gunsmith.
I mean, you can tell me.
That's basically, Rick, you don't have to fire a firearm to know if it's working. Now, if you have to fire a firearm, you take it to the gun range, and it's a supervised area, and safety and everything is already in concern.
So, what I just need for you to understand from where I'm standing is that when we had a fiasco that lasted 10 years because someone came in here and they had all the ATF certifications and they had all the classes and they were gonna gunsmith and maybe they might sell a gun and they had a little place where you could shoot guns. It destroyed a complete neighborhood. I understand, I'm not coming at you. I'm just telling you where I'm coming from, where I'm coming, is that you clearly live in a community.
Right.
So my concern would be whether or not it would be adversely affecting your neighbors. I know that in the county, you can shoot a gun pretty much wherever you want to in the county. But if it is something that is going to be happening on a regular basis, that's what I'm trying to get at. I want to protect the neighbors that are in the neighborhood, allow you to operate your business, but I don't want us to be sitting here later on where everyone is coming back and telling us they can't sleep, gunfire regular day, trucks coming in the yard, people driving. You don't have enough space for all that. But I'm just trying to share with you what my concern is and why I ask this every single time. will you be firing a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
There,
And I
there's
can
two
appre-
gunsmiths like this in
Right.
downtown Griffin.
Well, and like I said, and I
Like a
can
block.
appreciate where Commissioner Flowers Taylor is coming from. However, I think that situation was a little different. I know
Yeah.
since then, we've approved gunsmiths since that application.
I got PTSD behind
I
it.
get
It might not
There's
fall
re-
the job, but
there's
it,
reason.
I
Totally
got it.
understand.
Commissioner
I think
Flowers
this is a little
Taylor?
different. This is the different.
Commissioner Flowers Taylor, I believe the applicant can actually explain what his business is all about.
No, I read everything,
Yes.
and it's good, and his conversation's the same as it was with full-arm firearms. And I have said this to everyone who has come in here. I have asked them, are you going to be shooting a weapon? If you said, yeah, I might have to occasionally, it's on the record. But I just
Yeah.
want to go on the record saying, I asked.
All right, part of our
he shoots
condition
somebody,
is
he's
no shooting, period.
Well, no, because
He can shoot as long as he's in the country.
he can shoot a gun because he can shoot a gun, because that's what the laws are. But, I don't want the neighbors coming back later saying,
no commercial gunfire.
every day about 6 o'clock,
No commercial gunfire.
Right.
yeah.
All right.
Okay,
that's what
like,
they
we're
were-
gonna be able to really know whether
Yeah,
or not
but
that
it-
is. But just know
Oh, the
that that
neighbors
is a
don't know.
concern.
And I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you have to come back, we're gonna hunt you down like we did that other dude.
Motion to
I
approve
don't
with
believe
staff
it.
conditions.
I think that part wasn't in the tape. Okay, okay.
And I'll second it,
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
That was to approve with conditions?
with
With
conditions.
staff,
With that condition, yes. All right,
with the staff condition.
And I second it.
okay. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0 unanimous. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay.
I
Item number 9, citizen comments. I'll read it again so everybody understands. Speakers must sign up prior to the meeting and provide their names, addresses, and topic they wish to discuss. Speakers must direct your comments to the board and not to individual commissioners or to the audience. Personal disagreements with individual commissioners or county employees are not a matter of public concern, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. The chairman has the right to limit your comments in the interest of disposing of the county's business in an efficient and respectful manner. Speakers will be allotted 3 minutes to speak on their chosen topics as they relate to matters pertaining to the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners. No questions will be asked by any of the commissioners during citizen comments. Outbursts from the audience will not be tolerated. Common courtesy and civility are expected at all times during the meeting. No speakers will be permitted to speak more than 3 minutes or more than once unless the board votes to suspend the rule. Dr. Ledbetter.
Michael Renew.
Hello, my name is Michael Renew. I live at 500 Aerodrome Way, and I'm here to speak about the animal shelter. Obviously, I'm very dedicated to the animals. I've been sitting here for 3 hours. So is most of this row right here. One of the things I'm concerned about is the perception we have at our animal control. What I have in front of me, I've sent to all of you guys, including the county marshal. You go on Facebook, you're seeing things like they're not answering the phone, or they're not going to their calls, things like this. Now, just because it's on Facebook doesn't mean it's true, I know this, but when you see it on a regular basis, there has to be some truth there. One of the things when people call in, this is an ordinance issue that we need to change. It's about if you feed an animal and you have it for 3 to 5 days, it's your animal. They're not gonna come, they're not gonna help you, they're not gonna do anything. We have to change our ordinance. That's a bad ordinance. Let's see here. One of the things I just learned that I'm a little concerned about is that the volunteers have been asked not to talk to the staff when we're there. This is because we've been told that the staff's busy, they don't have time to answer our questions. I don't fully understand that. Also, they've asked us not to help with the adoptions. I don't understand that. We work with the animals. We know the animals. We're learning their personalities. Our job as volunteers is to help sell those animals to the public, to get them out the door. I understand they're not there to carry on conversations with us and talk about personal lives or anything like that. And that may be the only thing they're referring to. Need some clarification on that. Also, I've spoken to several of you guys in the past, and I do have there was a matter earlier this year that happened with an animal. I was told there was gonna be an investigation. As far as I know, that investigation never happened. If it has happened, I would just like to know the results. If it hasn't happened, I'd like to know why it did not happen. It was involving an animal that got hurt. And finally, just, we have a lot of great volunteers out here. They're all working hard. We may not all always agree with each other, but we all always agree on helping the animals, helping the shelter, helping that staff be better. That's all I got.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Renew.
Mr. Dr. Ledbetter, if the results of that investigation and the investigation of the previous marshal, if we could get an update on those next meeting.
Sure,
I
absolutely.
mean, I know that if they're ongoing, it's just, hey, they're ongoing, you can't do anything about it, but.
Be more than happy.
But I'd love
Yes,
to.
sir. Karen Stone?
Hi. A dog showed up in our driveway again.
Name and address, please.
Sorry.
Oh, Karen Stone, 820 Amelia Road, Locust Grove, which is Spalding County. This is our second dog that has shown up there. It is not ours. It just happened to show up there, and we took care of it, and we called animal control right away. This is her, this one. She's very cute, she's very sweet, go adopt her. But she's not there yet. It's been 5 weeks. They are not able to pick her up because they're full. You know, they're just full. We can't go on vacation. We are not from here, we are from the north, which is a whole different story I'm finding out here tonight. We like to get out of town so we can go visit other people from home, because we all had to move here. We can't do that with this dog. We can't take her to the vet, we can't get her vaccinated. We can't do anything, otherwise she's ours. That is a crying shame. The last one we had, we did take her to the vet. We did all that stuff. Nobody ever told us that she would then be ours. They took her, they got her adopted. They need a foster program.
Yes.
We're just basically calling twice a week, when are you gonna come? When are you gonna come? We get a different person. They always answer the phone, always. From what every time I've called. They are overwhelmed. I know they have more staff now. They're still overwhelmed. It is not better. It is not good. And something needs to change. They need a foster program.
Yep.
And this county has to follow through with their spay and neuter program. You have to. There's just no way we can keep, people who live out of town can keep taking dogs. We have a dog. She's ours. She's fixed. She's vaccinated. You've got to take care of the ones that are here, not you personally, but there's got to be something done to follow through with that. That's it. Can I also just say, from things I've heard here tonight, we pay our taxes. We shop in the community. We live all the way out toward Locust Grove. We're shopping in Griffin. I'm volunteered to work at the shelter. They haven't called me back in 5 weeks to volunteer, but I have offered to volunteer there. I volunteered at other places.
Thank you, Karen.
That needs to change.
I'd like to make a motion to allow her to finish.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by raising your hand. 4, all opposed? 1. All right, any more, ma'am?
I just want to say that I was a little offended by what was happening here tonight. We came down here not voluntarily, kicking and screaming, and to hear that we're not wanted here, you want to charge us more, and this and that. It's ridiculous. We bought a house here. My husband is actually from Thomaston, but it's crazy. And I hate to hear at least one or two commissioners saying something about that. That's just not fair. We're not super rich people or anything like that. So it's a little, kind of lets us know where we stand in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jan Cooper?
Hi, I'm Jan Cooper, 527 South Hill Street, Griffin, 30224. We're all very concerned about the shelter. I've met with some of you at the shelter, had a workshop, haven't gotten too far with any of that, but I just wanted to say, after the tornado, I went there and I haven't left. I've been there 2 or 3 days a week, walking dogs, doing whatever we can do to make sure that the animals are cared for. Specifically, what I do is when I have a concern, I go to Mark Johnson, the marshal that is overseeing the shelter and is doing a really good job. I think that it's needs to be that people see him and not go around behind and talk about him without him knowing things. The animals are well taken care of. He has rules. The reason that they didn't want the volunteers to speak or talk a lot when we're walking the dogs is because the people are working. So they're trying to get their jobs done, answer the phone, that kind of thing. So I'm just responding to some of the concerns. The other thing is they have in the past let us help with adoptions, but at the same time, if they have a person that is doing that, they would prefer that we stand back, maybe offer a comment, but let them do their jobs. So what am I trying to say here is just that I want to support the shelter. I want to support Mark. We do have to come up with some solutions on how to take care of our dogs and how to help our community with the strays. They can't be responsible. They cannot have to say that I have this dog come into my yard and now it's mine because there's nothing to do. There has to be a solution. So just 2 thoughts. I'm probably almost out of time. We've got to enforce the rules that we have, which is they are not to be tethered, that all those kinds of things need to be enforced. The other suggestion, and Lord knows we've been talking a lot about not having money, but I really think if we had a part-time vet that could take care of the animals at the shelter, because they don't get vet care. Did y'all know that? They are not vetted. So we need that, and if that vet could also offer free spay and neuter for our community, maybe that would be a way, and also enforce the rules. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen.
Leanne Cannell? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to get clarification because I'm not aware that any animal comes into our shelter without us at least doing a parvo or a DVT or getting some vaccination. So just because of the infectious part of that.
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, I would like some clarification on that because it's to say that the animals are not being vetted. I don't feel like that's completely accurate. So
Yes, ma'am.
you can get Mark to give us what that information is.
And we don't let any of them leave our care unless they're spayed or neutered, right?
No.
They are allowed to leave with a voucher.
If it's their own owner picking it back up their stray or something?
No, if
They
you
are
adopt.
allowed to leave with a voucher for spay and neuter. One of the challenges that we currently have right now is that our local veterinarian clinics that are doing spay and neuter for us are at least 45 and sometimes 90 days out for doing spay and neuter because of the number of animals that they are doing surgeries on. The staff has done a really good job at locating an additional veterinarian office, but they're down in Barnesville that will schedule spay and neuters for us on a much more frequent basis. So there are some things that are going on in the background in support of the spay and neuter program. Just
That's
as
for
an
dogs,
it's-
because they have spay and neuter for the cats.
That is correct, yes, ma'am. Just as an aside, as a part of the fiscal '24 budget, the Board of Commissioners did set aside $25,000 for spay and neuter for this year, which was 4 times more than what we had set aside in previous years. So there are some things working for the good.
Thank you.
That was for this year, last year's budget? or
This
for
year, this year's budget.
Okay.
Ms. Leanne?
Leanne Cannell, 532 South Hill Street in Griffin. I moved here 10 months ago, and I worked in a lot of animal control, not as an officer, but I've worked in a lot of nonprofits with animals. I have to say, the dedication and the love that these staff members have for these animals is beyond words. Between us, the volunteers, and the staff, they know those dogs. They know their names, they know their history, they know their personalities. What it really needs is structure. So one of the things that I was concerned about when I first came in was just, as a county, just didn't have the money to be able to give and provide the shelter what it needs. And that's nobody's fault, it's just reality. So I've applied to become a 501c3 nonprofit, which will support Spalding County Shelter. I am currently looking at properties where we can take some of the offset of those animals. Mark has been an enormous help with helping me figure things out, providing some more structure. Jan and I are working together to make sure that the volunteer group has real structure so that a lady like this would get responded to immediately. So they don't have the staff level to do it, and they've got other things that are critical. Not that the volunteers aren't, but they got animals to take care of, they've got bills to pay. So as volunteers, we're trying to create our own little thing with Mark where when somebody applies, they'll at least get a response and get policies and procedures and step-by-step things that we do as the volunteers. Always working through Mark and the commissioner, not just doing it on our own. But so I just want to praise Mark again, as Jan did, and his staff. It's been a rough ride. You've had a lot of turnover, which is very difficult. I've got 35 years in HR. I know what that can do to the morale and just to the perception of the shelter. I think it's a great shelter. There's a lot of things we can do to make it better. One of the things I talked to Mark about is we are going to do a contest with the kids of Spalding County and have them do an art contest and have them paint the walls, make it prettier, make it more inviting. And the kids will win some money, right? Plus get the notoriety that there are projects were there. So we want to get the community involved in that kind of stuff. The community involvement is really important. It's just a thought, we haven't gotten there yet. It's one of the things we're thinking of doing, so. We're just coming up with ideas to get the community involved so that they see the shelter in a positive light, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, would you allow the county manager to share with them about where we are in terms of a policy for volunteers? Because several people have mentioned that.
Yes, ma'am. So, we.
You can finish in just a second. Just wanted
I'm
to-
pretty much finished, but yeah, so.
Commissioner Flowers Taylor and I have been working for, I guess, three and a half months now with some of our volunteers in support of the shelter for a volunteer program that coincides with the policy and procedures manual that our marshal has put together with the staff of the shelter. And we're making sure that we include all of our stakeholders in that discussion so that we can have a very robust working
Volunteer.
process for volunteers.
It's coming.
Yeah, that's.
We're working it.
Yeah, well, I was in the meeting, so I was.
Yes, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Allison Burley.
Good evening. My name is Allison Burley.
I live at 2785 Highway 81 West in Hampton, Georgia. I am a retired pre-K teacher from the Cowan Road Elementary here in Spalding, and I'm proud to say that I really enjoyed my ending of my career here in the county. I wanted to do something for animals. I live on a farm, and I've been around animals my whole life, and I love dogs especially. I like the cats, but I especially love the dogs. And I've found a great group of people who love animals as much as I do. Coming to the shelter has been a real blessing for me, and my favorite part is walking the dogs, because if we don't walk them, they don't leave their cage. They stay in their cage. They're stuck in their cage. And right now, because of a hoarding situation, the area that they're in is so darn small, and it's horrible, and the people that are there are so sweet, but I don't know if it's because they're overwhelmed or because they just have so much to do or what. I can't say for them, but they're not noticing poop that has blood in it. They're not noticing that the dogs are not getting out. The hoarding dogs, none of them are aggressive. They're super sweet. They're small. They're sleeping on the concrete instead of the beds that we have a volunteer that put them all together for the dogs so they can actually sleep off of the concrete. It's cold in there. I realize they have fur, but just imagine living in a space that's about as big as right here, and they don't even get to go outside to go to the bathroom, and they don't even get to lay on a bed. They get to sleep on the cold concrete, and sometimes the prisoners, they're super sweet too. They help, but they take a hose and they get it all down, and the dogs get wet, the puppies get wet, and they're cold, and it's so sad. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, why aren't people noticing these things? 2 dogs got adopted, and I found out that they both were filled with hookworms. That shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. I found out that there's a lot of money that goes in. We have actually 2 shelters. We have one that's modern and new and nice, and we have an older one that I haven't been in. But there's actually more places to put animals. But they're putting them in just the one shelter now to get them all in to try to get them adopted. And that's why they're in these small, horrible, little, tiny pens. And it's just not right for some of the dogs. And I can only say this from my heart because I'm a teacher and I'm a dog lover. And I just want every animal to feel the love that they should feel. And I sound like a tree hugger or something, but but I just want to make a difference. And I just want to say that you're getting ready to hear from someone else who has a whole lot of experience from Lifeline Volunteers, which is in the DeKalb shelter and the Fulton County shelter, where they have thousands of volunteers. Great things. They're
Thank you,
coming
ma'am.
here.
Thank you. Candy Dillerson?
Hello, everybody. My name is Candy Dickerson.
Thank you.
I own a business in Spalding, and my address is 1808 North Walker's Mill Road. I'm here to discuss opportunities to improve our animal control. I got to stick to the script because I'll get all out there if I don't. Let me start with our backstory. We had 2 dogs dumped at our house this summer. Animal control was empathetic, but just really unable to help. I was told to contact rescues and was put in a loop because of the stray hold rescue process. I was told animal control was full, but I was also told if I took care of the dog for more than 3 days, that they would be mine. And also that's another issue is disinformation. It's 5 days if you read the ordinance. I have since found out there are many in the community struggling with this same conundrum. I tried to be a part of the solution by volunteering at the shelter. Several of us do. We got together, we walk dogs, socialize them, and post them on social media so we can increase the adoptions and make more space, because that's the only thing I could think was get them out and get more in. But even with these, this has been very successful and very much so because of Mark and the staff support. They let us do what we need to do to help, when we go down to walk the dogs. But even with the success of those efforts, we have to do more. Because of social media posts, my name became associated with the shelter, and my Facebook Messenger box started filling up with people asking my help. I want to help, but I don't know what to tell them. Can we please put some focus on Q&A on the website and community so that people can get the answers that they need, consistent answers, just like if you ask us, we can tell you the top 10 questions, and y'all can tell us what the actual answers are. We have a basis for a great program, but we need to start focusing on root causes and stop focusing on Band-Aids. A shelter should be a transition for abandoned dog, not a permanent home. Our shelter cannot possibly hold the number of dogs being dumped in this city or county, and we have to get those root causes to those root causes. In the meantime, find some other options. We just want to complement the intake process. So we need to enforce the ordinances that are being violated about like spay and neuter and backyard breeding. There's puppies on sale for on Facebook all the time, y'all. Get on Facebook. It makes no sense to me. I would like to see the county hold a workshop, or like Jan said, there already was one. Maybe we can do a follow-up workshop or create a committee. I hear that you've got a volunteer. That's great, the volunteer committee, but the volunteers that are there now, we want to be either included in that, or just, we got to get all on the same page, y'all. There's some people out here saying they're in charge, but they're not even at the shelter. So I'm just saying. Anyway, also, immediate win, an easy thing to do would be use the Spalding Animal Care and Control social media page to start doing PSAs. Longer term, please, let's get creative. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Julia Maloney?
Hello, I'm Julia Maloney, 916 Hamilton Boulevard. I'm probably just going to reiterate a lot of things that have already been said, but I do have experience, a long history with rescue and shelter work, and so I'm going to come at you with the county ordinances. I ask you to redefine or overturn or just do away with the county ordinance section 12-1002 under definition Z, definition of owner, which states anyone who feeds the stray, houses the stray 5 days, they're in ownership. That's got to go. That prevents the foster program. That discourages Good Samaritans from taking animals in and taking them off the streets and holding them on behalf of the shelter. So I don't want to reiterate too much what everybody else has said because it's so short, but I do want to ask, is there any way that, Dr. Ledbetter, we can get some more prison detail down there to exercise these dogs? Any dog that's not aggressive or not ill or anything that can be exercised, because the problem with shelter dogs is when they're confined for too long. And I sent you guys all an email about this. They will develop what's called cage rage, shelter stress, and it's very harmful for adoption efforts. These dogs are very difficult to adopt when they have these issues, and the rates of return are very high when you have dogs with behavioral issues from living in solitary confinement. So I really was asking if it could be a requirement for these dogs to be exercised. The cats too, but definitely the dogs. They are in tiny little 4-foot pens, no sunshine, no air. They're using the bathroom in there all the time. They need to be let out to use the bathroom regularly. Just even 20 minutes a day will increase their help them so much mentally. So I'm getting off track with what I was saying. I do want to know if we can have more prison detail there to help walk these dogs, and that be a requirement, a part of the job duty at the pound to provide humane care, because it does say in the county ordinance under section 12-1002 under the M, the care must be adequate and humane. And so I feel by keeping a dog in a pen and not ever letting it have a time to go outside and exercise for a little bit is inadequate and not humane care. Thank you.
Jennifer Dyer?
Hi, Jennifer Dyer, 1005 High Falls Road. I guess I'm a little bit different. I do not volunteer at the shelter, but the way I do try to help the animals of Spalding County is through other humane societies. Fayette County, Newnan, Coweta, Humane Society, Heard, Lamar County, Butts, Meriwether County, and Henry County Animal Initiative. They are all helping me because about 3 years ago, I kept meeting a brick wall. People would message me, or I would see things, and when I called animal control, and things may have changed, but there was no help. They would not answer the phone. After 21 calls, I called the sheriff. He called them and said, answer the phone. They did. And it sounds like that's all changed, and that's good. And I hear nothing but good things about the cleanliness of the shelter and that the dogs are fed well. And that makes me very happy. I will say this, I don't feel the ordinance are being enforced as far as tethering, as far as food, water, and shelter, the basics. When I reach out, especially like Henry County and Fayette County, they're frustrated with me. I'm always calling. My stomach hurts before I call these people. They're frustrated with Spalding County. They want you to step up and take care of your own animals. I even had battle for empathy in Alabama. I drove cats there, they helped me. It shouldn't be that way. And I'm using all my money, my own gas, and most of the people here are. They'll tell you, and there's so many people in the community, they've made their homes into shelters. I'm going to deliver some dog food tonight. She's turned her entire home into shelters for unwanted dogs. That's very common. And I just wanted to also address the fact that when these other humane societies ask me who's in charge, and I don't know what to say. They tell me no one is really in charge. There's not a director, that someone in code enforcement has stepped in, and I appreciate that. And I know they're probably doing the best they can, but I feel like someone needs to be in charge. I also would like to know tonight, when people call me, and Facebook is blowing up, and that's one of the reasons I came, it's blowing up with people who are saying that they're taking matters into their own hands as far as the tethering. There was a post 4 days ago, a young man, he moved to the county. He said, he just made a post, I'm going to become a dog vigilante, take bolt cutters and get them off. I've never seen so many dogs tethered to trees in the freezing cold with no shelter, no food, no water. Within an hour, 298 people said, I'm there with you from this county. I would like to ask that you do something before it blows up to that. I know we talked a lot about the law enforcement. My husband's in law enforcement. I think it's going to make more work for law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone signed up by the name of D, but didn't add anything else on the sign up. All right. Lawrence Weeks.
I didn't come here to talk about dogs and cats. My name is Lawrence Weeks. I live at 2966 Teeman Road. Been living there for 10 years. I bought my land in 1999 and asked several times, could I get a conservation deal on my land where I didn't have to pay, because I knew I paid for the taxes because I'm unconservative. But I was always denying that. I've got 25 acres there. And nobody ever really come through with anything for me. I come down here and talk to people in the front room there a time or two. And but today I've been out bush hogging, because I love animals. We got 3 ponies that run around our place, but I bush hog so we can have. I run up 7 deer out there, and rabbits and stuff, and we make sure that they have salt and stuff, and we love like living in the woods like that. But somebody's fixing to change that. They're fixing to build next door to me on 100 acres. And people have already, when I first moved there, I had plenty of killdeer and quail on the place. If you ever seen a killdeer, you'd love the bird, where they'll get down on the ground with their babies and run, and kind of like a little seagull. In the afternoon, you sit there and you whistle like, in a few minutes, a quail is talking back to you. But with all my neighbors, they let their cats go wild. They ain't a living quail on the place, and they ain't a living killdeer there. But we've got to do something about animals in this county. There's some silly things like a cat leash law, I know that won't work. But something's gotta be done about all these feral cats. And, one time I got so mad, I called the old sheriff that used to be here and I talked to him about it. And he told me, if you shoot one, I'll come get you. I never shot one. But I also was told if I trapped one, that Humane Society didn't want it. What was I to do with them? But I just wanted to let you know, I want to find out who all has got conservation on their properties in Spalding County. I know we've asked about that before, and the people don't want to let us know. But I want to see where the bias is on the conservation in this county. And I'd appreciate it, be able to get it without doing the Freedom of Information Act. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks.
Mr. Chairman, no one else has signed up to speak this evening.
Dr. Ledbetter, will you help that gentleman figure
Yes.
out how he can get that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Weeks, if you'll contact me tomorrow, I'll let you know how you can get the information on the Cubas.
Yeah, why has it been turned down for 25 acres? That's weird.
Minutes. Item 1, consider approval of the minutes from the Spalding County Board of Commissioners extraordinary session and executive sessions on October 16th, 2023, the Spalding County Board of Commissioners special called meeting, public hearings and executive session on October 19th, 2023, and the Spalding County Board of Commissioners zoning public hearing and executive session on October 26th, 2023.
See, everybody always leaves before we get to our
Mr. Chair-
comments, and we don't get to.
I'd like to make
Tell
a
them all the good
motion to
news.
approve the minutes as stated by the chairman.
Second. Oh,
All right, I have a
Rita got
motion
it.
and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0 unanimously. Consent agenda. Consider on second reading an ordinance to amend the general code of Spalding County to add Part 8, Chapter 5, post-construction stormwater management for new development and redevelopment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Just looking at Commissioner
Oh,
Lyons.
yeah, I read everything I was supposed to. I'm
Okay,
good.
all right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Thank you. New business. Consider request for a new contract for FY 2024 SCCI Medical Services with Dr. Robert Hall to adjust services to the reduction in inmate population. Hello, Warden.
Hello. I will be brief. This is basically when we reduced our inmate population, we went back to Dr. Hall and asked for a reduction in our costs for the contracts to the inmates. That's what this is. It reduces our annual payment by about $75,000 a year.
All right.
All right.
I have a question, if I may. So the initial contract at the CI was based on 300 or?
And 84.
384 inmates. And now we're under 200 or?
225 right now.
Okay. And so, and his original contract was based on a number, specific number? Okay.
That's correct.
That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion
Motion to
to?
approve.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Thank you, Warden.
Keep up the good work, Warden.
Thank you,
Thank you
Ward.
for sticking out with us.
Appreciate you.
Late night.
Consider request for a resolution confirming a declaration of intent to reimburse a loan closing project that would include the FY '24 budgeted vehicles for the following Spalding County departments: Public Works, Parks, Leisure Services, Senior Nutrition, Code Enforcement, Animal Control, Magistrate Court, Fire Department, and Garage. Dr. Ledbetter?
Commissioners, if you will remember, we made the transition away from enterprise to ACCG for our budgeting purposes to lease vehicles for our departments. The requirement through ACCG is that we have a resolution every time we have a purchase of vehicles. They will not allow us to do a blanket resolution once a year unless that blanket resolution is the purchase of all the vehicles for that entire year. So the Sheriff's Department made a request last month for the purchase of the vehicles, and now the other departments are making the request this month for the approved budgeted vehicles for fiscal year '24, and that's what this resolution entails.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are these not vehicles that we were not able to get in '23? Because I know that we have vehicles that we ordered.
That is correct. There are some vehicles that were in the '23 budget that Ford and Dodge both canceled the orders just after this fiscal year opened up. So they do, this order does account for some of those vehicles. This will satisfy the orders for what was approved in '23 and the orders that are, that were approved for fiscal year '24.
And is this a lease purchase?
It is a lease purchase, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
All right, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, unanimous. Item number 3, consider request from the City of Griffin to change the name of Cabin Creek Drive to Haskell Ward Drive, beginning at the North 6th Street and ending at the current Haskell Ward Drive.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we notify the city that we have no problem with their decision to change the name of that street.
That's all inside the city of Griffin, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
it's their street.
their street, they can do anything they want to, they just let us know because we're a landowner over there by where this is.
Ah, from there, okay.
All right,
You have a motion, but not a second.
Do we need? we need a motion?
Oh,
Or
please
just
forgive me.
consensus?
okay.
Rita?
We need a motion?
Yes. That was my motion, that we don't have a problem. Notify them we don't have a problem.
objection.
No
No
objection.
objection. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Thank you. Consider approval of a quote for services from Heath and Linebacker to complete the SR 155 relocation project.
Mr. Chairman, Heath and Lineback has requested an additional $76,495.08 for an all-inclusive direct cost contract to complete Phase 1 of the State Route 155 redesignation program. The county has requested that the city participate in this this purchase. I've not heard back yet from the city on this, so I can tell you that the project will not proceed until we finalize Phase 1. Once Phase 1 is complete, Georgia DOT will pick up and move us forward with the redesignation project of the 155 redesignation.
Can we just take?
Before we table, I would also like to, because we asked Dr. Ledbetter to find out for us what is the actual payout that we have done on this project so far, that we have
And they were supposed to have.
we have taken the burden of this cost. So what the total is, and in waiting for a response from them, certainly we want to know if this, because I don't think we have anything in writing that says this is 50-50. So I think this is time to get something definitive about this, because we're not, I just feel like at this point, we really can't move forward.
We've done 388,000.
Total, we have done $312,000 for the outlay of the project. The additional $74,000 will take us to $388,495.
Yeah, it won't take us there.
I have shared
We
that
won't.
with the city of Griffin, and
We won't be going there.
City Manager O'Connor has indicated that she would take a look into this and she would let us know.
Motion to table.
Second.
All those in favor signify by raising your hand. I did that one right. Item number 5, approve the updated indirect cost allocation study prepared by Turnip Seed Engineers. We went through this at the workshop. Ms. Gwen, are you satisfied?
I'm fine with it.
All right, did you make a motion?
Yes, I will. I will make a motion to accept the updated indirect cost allocation study as prepared by Turnip Seed Engineers.
Commissioner Flowers, I would just like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Mr. Ashworth for sticking around
Yes.
for 3.5 hours
He gets a
for
standing
this
ovation.
motion.
Yeah, thank you.
For him not to be asked to present.
Right.
This is,
No,
so everybody
it
understands that wasn't there this
See, if you had came this morning, you would have knew that you didn't need to come tonight. I'm just saying.
All right, so everybody understands, this will, for everyone, every time we do this, it will be, the template is there. We go out, and if we're out on Williamson Road, we will use this template and change the
figure out.
numbers. And then we will use this on our annual budget to be able to work this. All right, I have a motion, do I have a second?
Yeah, did I say it?
Okay, I'm sorry if I did. All right, any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Be
Greg.
safe going home.
We're all tired now.
All right. Item number 6,
Motion to
consider
cancel.
cancellation of the minutes, meeting dates for November 20, 2023, and for the Thanksgiving holiday, and December 18, 2023 for the Christmas holiday. This will take care, we will move the P and Z up to the meeting before, so we will have the same kind of meeting in November of,
December 4th.
December.
I just hate this. I mean, it's like almost 10 o'clock. We need,
Motion approved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
yes. Because what y'all gonna do if we really have something we need to do?
We can call special call meeting, can't we?
Yes.
We do it all the time.
Our answer is keep them on your book, keep them on your
I
diary,
won't be around.
and then if we
That's what
don't,
I'm saying.
yes. All right. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 4, all opposed, 1. Thank you.
I didn't oppose.
She's
Oh.
she's low. She's slow.
I just was slow in doing it.
This is a 10 o'clock time.
Yes, it is.
All right. Report of the county manager.
In light of the time, I would like to just make 2 comments. First, the T-Splosh program for our county is working absolutely wonderfully. We have completed the resurfacing for this year, for year 2 of our T-Splosh projects, with approximately 26 miles of resurfaced roads. For that, I am very thankful. The thermoplasty striping is going to be complete once the asphalt is cured. So stand by. We're making sure that the weather is going to cooperate with us, because what we don't want is to place the thermoplasty down and then have a few days of very, very cold weather where that material starts to crack. We want to make sure that it goes down
Take
and
your time.
stays well.
Take your time.
There has been some conversation about about asking for an audit, and we've had a lot of conversation about that. I want to make a couple of comments about that and then ask for your consideration. First, we have had a complete change of guard. So, new county manager, a new director of administration and finance is coming in. In lieu of that, what I want to make sure that our community knows is that it is my agenda to be absolutely transparent in everything that we do. Do I think that criminal activity has occurred? No. Am I 100% sure that that inconsistencies would not be found if we looked back 3, 5, 7, 10 years? I can't answer that 100%. I can tell you that since I've been here, I have been diligent about bringing every dollar to this board for consideration before we expend any monies. I would welcome the opportunity to ask the GBI for a forensic audit to make sure that we have no issues. I want to make sure that myself and the staff that we have, the great staff that we have working for us, have a sense of security that we are presenting back to this community every dollar that we expend. That there's no criminal activity going on. And I would welcome your thoughts and comments on that.
I'm the first. You are just such a good-natured person. I've been here almost 20 years, and we have never found more than $50,000 at one time. One incident, maybe. 2 incidents, my gut tells me that somebody has done something that they wasn't supposed to do. I don't know if it was illegal, but I think a forensic I feel like it is. And for that reason, if anybody asks me, do you think anything criminal has happened?
Do you need a motion? All right,
I'm just saying.
you have a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we, well, does anybody else have anything
I
to say?
agree with you.
Yeah.
Totally.
That we direct the county manager to contact the GBI and ask for a forensic audit, to look for potential criminal activity.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
I do. I want to say, I'm expecting that we'll see, hey, this was a mistake, and here's a, like, hey, this should have been in this column, it was in this column, that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, accounting is
No intent.
hard, but I do not expect there to be any kind of criminal issue. That said, with this in hand, we will know for sure that the current folks moving forward have,
What they need to work with.
this is what's going on, everything's on the up and up, this is where we're at. You always see, Washington one administration blames the former administration, everything's, if we can go, hey, now we're at this, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So.
And it should be standard, actually, to do that when there's new administration.
I agree.
It should be a
I
standard
agree.
rule.
Yeah.
But we all know that we had our behinds handed to us and here asking for 18 or 19% millage rate.
Yeah,
And then there was money.
right,
Okay, no, that's not how it happens in government.
right.
And clearly, the people that were in this room today made it clear that they think that we've done something wrong.
Yeah.
I know I haven't, because I haven't touched any money.
Right.
But you don't find that kind of money in your car seat.
No, you don't.
You don't even find that where you made a mistake in your checkbook. I want to know for sure if something criminal has gone on, because, the taxpayers need to know. And if they're saying it, I'm saying it too.
Even if nothing is found, even if there's nothing there, without us getting the GBI to come in and look for it, people will always assume that there is.
It's our credibility on the line.
But if
too.
we can have them come in and say, hey, there's nothing here,
Right.
then all those folks that come in and say, you guys are doing, we can go, the GBI looked at our book, we're fine, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's my goal, is to prove everything's fine. And if there is some sort of, hey, this should have been here or whatever.
We need to know anyway.
None of our
Let's do it.
reputations is important
No.
enough
No, absolutely.
that
No.
we do not verify where taxpayer dollars are.
Exactly.
That's just a bottom line.
Right.
And I feel secure because I know I
Although,
ain't touching it.
anybody else need to say
No,
anything?
I was gonna put my 2 cents in. I'm 100% in support of it, and I like I'll keep my shit on the other side. But
All right, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion
Thank you very much.
unanimous. All right.
Thank you, Steve.
So you're directing, just for clarity, you're directing me to have a conversation with the GBI and ask for that forensic audit?
Yes.
Thank you much. Very much appreciated.
Commissioner Johnson,
Nothing tonight.
don't forget,
Gwen looked bad.
we've got another meeting. Okay,
Very
Commissioner
long
Bolden.
day.
I just got one thing. I received a bunch of phone calls last week on Hollandville Road, and they were chewing me out because that was the sorriest paving job they ever seen. Then they put the pavement down, and they love it. Because they come through there and they got everything fixed up, and it was like that for like a day or two, and like, it's the worst I've ever seen, and everybody they was eating crow. And now I even got people asking for speed bumps. Wish y'all put some speed bumps, people flying out there now. So.
Never know.
Yeah, buddy.
But thank you, Steve. Thank you for that.
I don't like
Okay.
all these bumps. Can you go, hey, can you guys make me some bumps? Thank you.
Okay,
Got nothing.
all right.
I have a couple things just because, again, like, folks brought all this stuff up, and we get to sit here mute and kind of nod, and I want to kind of, just a few. The millage rate, the county did everything it was supposed to. We sent all the notice to the Griffin Daily News like it was supposed to, and unfortunately, the Griffin Daily News dropped the ball there, so we had to have this entire meeting, all right? Where we lowered the millage rate. All right, if one more person comes and says, you raise the millage rate, don't raise the millage rate, we lowered the millage rate. We've got to get more industrial and commercial. I think we all agree on that one. But at the same time, we cannot affect the tax assessor's office at all by statute. If we try, that is criminal activity. We cannot go over there and twist their arms. We can't, we are separate. That said, a lot of folks came in tonight and said, hey, I appealed, and they turned me down. Well, then appeal again. You get to go to the Superior Court. And the win rate in your first level of appeal is staggeringly low. Your win rate when you get to the Superior Court is staggeringly high. And that, people just go, oh, I guess I lost. Nope. You just, it's like, keep going. Sorry, just always assert all your rights all the time. Never stop asserting them all the time, always. The animal shelter, we need more volunteers. We have some great volunteers. You saw a small portion of the Army come out tonight, but we need more volunteers. It makes me so happy when I see people come out and say, hey, I really care about this. We do too, but we can't carry all the water. We've got an amazing staff out there that are really doing their best. Had we infinite money, we would probably double the staff out there. But we don't, and you see why we don't. That was the even larger crowd that came out earlier was, don't raise my taxes. Again, why are they, packed in right now? Why is there so many? With one court case, we had 50 animals from one court case. And we can't get rid of any of those animals until the court case is done. They're evidence in a court case. We got to hold them. So, and that's just one case. Why do we have so many? Because there's a bunch of criminals who are mistreating their animals here in Spalding County. And we're the ones that have got to house those poor animals and pay for them in the meantime. We've got a very small but important election tomorrow. Everybody, please go out and vote. Call all your friends to vote. It is a countywide for the East Blost, but it is the mayoral election here in the city of Griffin. So don't just go out and vote. Call 5 of your friends and tell them to go vote. Let's see. We've already talked about audits. We need to go ahead and start talking about the Christmas parade. I know I'm a big advocate for the Christmas parade. Let's get involved. Let's get our organizations involved. One person came up tonight and talked about the methodology of taxation and how they don't like it. Well, I agree. If this could all be done with a sales tax and no income taxes, no property taxes, that would be the most fair way to do it. But I don't control that. This board doesn't control that. Those aren't done on the county level. The way that the assessor assesses your property is not done on the county level. He just has to use the state's methodology. If you want to change that, contact your state representatives or run for state office and change it. That's it. We talk to them all the time. How often you guys talk to the state? All the time. And this is a huge thing that I keep yelling at them about. Hey, this is not okay. That even though I lowered the millage rate, I had to put it in the newspaper that I'm raising taxes. I didn't raise taxes. The school board raised taxes, and there were 10 people at their meeting, one time. But there's 45 people here 6 times telling us that all of their taxes increases is our fault. We lowered the millage rate, So we agree with you that the methodology of taxes needs to change. But that doesn't happen here. That happens somewhere else. Again, the results of the animal shelter and animal control and marshal's office investigations, I would love an update on that. Even if that update is, hey, they're still pending, they haven't gotten anywhere. I'd love an update on that. Yes, sir. And as soon as we can get all of that information that we can totally publish and say this is exactly what happened. Because right now we have to sit moot. But if we can go, hey, on this date we did this, and this is what we did, and as soon as we heard we did this, then people know that we're doing the right thing and stop assuming that we're somehow colluding, but we're not. We're doing the right things. Thank you.
All right, I have a number. Archway Retreat, February 15th and 16th. so everybody knows that this is all of us going, so everybody can get ready to do that.
February what?
February 15 and 16,
Is it here or are we going somewhere?
we're going somewhere.
Okay.
We don't really know where. That Macon is where they're thinking, just so you know, to look at a couple of 3 things. I would like to change the Monday workshop time to 3 o'clock instead of Monday at 9 o'clock. It's too hard on the working folks. So everybody good with that? All right?
Monday at 3 on the
Monday at
meeting
3.
day.
I'm sorry? Okay. Monday at 3?
Got it.
All right. I'd like for you to, the county manager, to set up a briefing with, on housing with Bob Dole. If you're interested in it, we want to talk about workforce and what housing looks like and how we're going to do housing. I'm counting on this being a pretty small meeting. I think Bob Dole's mind's as good as there is on it, and let's get his views on what we can do for where we want housing, what we're going to do about it. I'd like to have you set up a meeting with the assessor board to come in and brief us so that it's caught on camera, and they tell us all the stuff that's going on, the appeal, how that affects us and everything else. If that requires a workshop beforehand, that's okay with me.
Okay.
We have got to figure out something. We're going to run out of T-Splosh here shortly.
Oh,
Next couple of years. The decision is either go back again, which I am absolutely against, or we got to figure out how we stop kicking the can down the road. We just got to come to grips with it. I'm sorry to say that. Just a second. I'm for the comment about voting. Everybody, please go vote. If you haven't voted, go vote tomorrow. It's one of our most precious citizen things to do. I attended the firefighters' graduation. Over 100 people came to it. We hadn't had a graduation in 3 years for firefighters, and it was very nicely done. We can be proud of that, and we can be proud of the people who are trusting our staff, firefighters, and putting their kids into doing that. All right. Item number 15, consider request to conduct an executive session discussion or deliberation on the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a county officer or employee as provided by OCGA 501436. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
For that reason.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
If it's quick.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's go to the next.
I just You went? Eric was there too, Eric Mosley.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Excuse me, wrong
I would
motion.
like to make a motion to come out of executive session.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
I'll
Oh, did you
vote.
make it? He made it.
All those raise hand. 5-0.
Jesus, Lord have mercy.
Right at 10 o'clock on the dot.
Ryan, it just don't make no sense for nobody to be out this late and nobody offering nothing to keep on listening.
I got Ozempic.
Will did it make you feel sick? But you're done with it.
Yes, it messed
Got the
my
millage
stomach
rate
up,
done.
make it, like, sulfur burns and stuff like that. From the get-go, I started with,
All right, anything else from you?